The Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we're led in prayer by the senator from Upshur. Please remain standing after the prayer, and the senator from Mason will lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you please join us in prayer? Lord, you are the God of endurance and encouragement. I pray that you give us the wisdom that we in this legislative body may be able to choose the right path when we make decisions on behalf of this great state. Help us to work in harmony with one another, that together we glorify Jesus Christ by making decisions that will benefit the people of this great state. I ask that you give us the grace and courage to make sound decisions that align with your will for this state and nation. Hear our prayer and be in the midst of our meeting today. May your voice sound clearly above all others. May your peace be in our hearts, your grace be in our words, and your joy be in our souls. May your love surround us, your spirit guide us, your voice cheer us, your peace calm us, your shield protect us, your wisdom arm us, wherever you may lead us. In Jesus' name I pray, and all God's children said, Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, March 24th, 2021. The Senate met at 11:03 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
The senator from Cabell requests unanimous consent to further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and the Journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the Journal is dispensed with and the Journal is approved. Introduction of guests. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our docket of the day. Today with us we have Dr. Manny Kalan from Charleston. He's a third-year family medicine resident from Canada, and we're trying to keep him down here sometime. But if he wouldn't mind standing, let's Senate give him a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and on behalf of the Senate, I'd like to introduce Janice Holland. She is in her second year volunteering for the AARP, West Virginia Capital Advocacy Team. She is attending and watching virtually, so if the Senate can make her feel welcome, thank you.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 517 relating to sunset provisions of legislative rules.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 517.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 517. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 517 is an interim bill recommended by the Legislative Rule-Making Review Committee that revises the sunset date for legislative rules to July 1 of the 5th year after they are promulgated. Currently, rules sunset 5 years after their effective date, which can vary. The bill is intended to alleviate situations where the rule might expire before authorizing legislation can be passed to extend its term. The House amended the bill to change the sunset date from July 1 to August 1 of the 5th year after they felt that July 1 may not be sufficient time to solve the problem. The House also amended the title of the bill to reflect the change in the dates. The House amendments benefit the purpose and intent of the bill, and therefore concurrence is appropriate. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate, does the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 517? All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 2028, exempting veterinarians from the requirements of controlled substance monitoring.
The message will be received and bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
House Bill 2029, relating to teacher preparation clinical experience programs.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The House refused to recede from its amendments and requested a committee of conference as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2263, update the regulation of pharmacy benefit managers.
The message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the chair appoint conferees to House Bill 2263.
The senior senator from the 17th moves the chair appoint conferees on House Bill 2263. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Marshall, the senior senator from the 17th, and the senator from Boone. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House passed committee substitute for House Bill 2427, authorizing the Department of Health and Human Resources to promulgate legislative rules.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 2874, extend the current veterans business fee waivers to active duty military members and spouses.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Military.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2982, relating to the Second Chances at Life Act of 2021.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources and then the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 3045, relating to firefighter disability claims.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
House Bill 3164, relating generally to kidnapping.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 3177, removing expired, outdated, inoperative, and antiquated provisions and report requirements in education.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3215, amending the requirements to become an elected prosecutor.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 401, relating to West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act, and reports back to committee substitute for same. Senate Bill 634, requiring training of certain officers for persons with autism spectrum disorder, and reports back to committee substitute for same. And Senate Bill 660, providing for cooperation between law enforcement agencies and military authorities, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the 3 committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining has had under consideration Senate Bill 492, establishing program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Randy E. Smith, Chair.
The report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 603, authorizing new market entrants to conduct remote sports wagering and remote interactive wagering, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 663, providing fee for processing of criminal bonds, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Interstate Cooperation has had under consideration Senate Bill 668, creating Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources. Respectfully submitted, Jack David Woodrum, Chair.
The report will be received. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to dispense with the second committee reference of Senate Bill 668 to the Health and Human Resources Committee.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining has had under consideration Senate Bill 712, originating in committee, relating to the Office of Oil and Gas of the Department of Environmental Protection, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Randy E. Smith, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 713, originating in committee, relating to inmate good time, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration an engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2290, initiating a state employment first policy to facilitate integrated employment of disabled persons, with amendments from the Committee on the Workforce pending, and has also amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as last amended by the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2897, expiring funds to the balance of the Department of Commerce. Engrossed House Bill 2899, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce. And engrossed House Bill 2920, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health, Laboratory Services Fund, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
The report will be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 30 by Senators Baldwin, Woodrum, Blair, Mr. President, Azinger, Beach, Boley, Caputo, Clements, Grady, Hamilton, Ehlenfeld, Jeffries, Carnes, Lindsay, Maroney, Martin, Maynard, Nelson, Phillips, Plymel, Roberts, Romano, Rucker, Smith, Stalling, Stover, Swope, Seipolt, Takubo, Tarr, Trump, Unger, Weld, and Wolfel, memorializing the life of the Honorable Mr. Shirley Dean Love.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 14, creating West Virginia Women's Suffrage Memorial.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Pleasants.
Thank you, Mr. President. CR 14 recognizes the historical legacy of West Virginia suffragists through the creation of the Suffragist Memorial Committee, which will work to create the West Virginia Women's Suffrage Memorial to be located on the Capitol grounds. The committee shall be established by the governor and consist of one member each from West Virginia Senate, West Virginia House, Governor's Office, Secretary of State's Office, League of Women Voters, Kanawha Valley National Organization for Women, West Virginia University Women's Studies Program, Marshall University Women's Studies Program, and the West Virginia Division of Cultural and History. The West Virginia Women's Commission will staff the committee and provide administrative support. Meetings will begin July of this year with the ultimate goal of creating of a memorial on the Capitol grounds upon approval of the Capitol Grounds Building Authority. This is an important resolution from this body, as the suffragists in the state work tirelessly to make West Virginia a fairer and more equal place to call home. The women who inspired the state to be better deserve recognition and memorialization, and these grounds will be made more beautiful for it. I urge adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 23, naming the United States Marine Corps Corporal Guy Maywood Edwards Memorial Bridge.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question is before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 52, providing for issuance of refunding bonds not to exceed $22 million.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 53, encouraging certain facilities improve palliative care programs.
Question is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 54, urging Congress and President to protect Second Amendment of U.S. Constitution.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 28, recognizing importance of coal-fired power plants and coal resources to West Virginia's future.
Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't prepared to speak to
Senator
this today.
from Logan requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up with for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 28, recognizing importance of coal-fired power plants and coal resources to West Virginia's future.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said, I wasn't really prepared to speak on this day, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. You know, my friend from Tucker and my friend from Marion County, I think they'll agree with me. There's not a better person on this earth than coal miners. They've given us our freedom. They are in danger of every day. And what they do for a living to mine the coal that keeps these coal-fired power plants alive, it is the base load of energy in this country. It's reliable, sustainable, dependable. Let's look at Texas again. I'm sure they wish they had some coal-fired power plants in Texas. We've only got 8 left in this state. We can't continue to turn our backs on the coal miners and the coal-fired power plants. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is more than just a resolution. This is a strong statement. Just in the Energy Committee yesterday, we had a gentleman from Renewable Energy Coalition. I point blank asked him, could y'all make it without subsidies? And he says, as long as everybody's on the same playing field, they could. So I would like for everybody to reach out to your congressional members, ask them to stop the subsidies. Let's get down to playing ball fair. But ladies and gentlemen, this is more than just me sitting here talking about it. This is a lot of jobs in West Virginia. We've rode on the coal miners' back for many years. We need to show them our support. We continue to dwindle down. You know, the current administration, he said no more fossil fuels. We can't let that happen. It'll be Texas all over the whole country. We live in the greatest country on the earth, and we live in the greatest state in America. So we have to show our support to the coal-fired power plants and the coal miners that support it. And Mr. President, I'd like to have the yeas and nays.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in full support of the gentleman's resolution. As most of you know, I've been a coal miner for 42 years, an underground coal miner for 42 years. It's hard to believe looking back, and I can tell you right now, I apologize to no one. I'm not ashamed of it. I wear it with the badge of honor. I don't consider myself a hero, but I've considered myself a hard-working, blue-collared West Virginia worker, like so many in this state are. You know, I know times are changing. Some things have to change. I realize that. But there's not one person, I can guarantee you, in this chamber that coal hasn't affected their life, especially being from West Virginia. When you drive across a bridge, you thank the coal industry. Without coal, you don't have steel. You know, you turn on a light switch, still here in West Virginia, you thank your coal miner. If you're a doctor in this state, you know, some of the best insurances in the past and presently is from coal companies that provide for their employees. You know, it saddens me to see the state of affairs that our country basically is, and I can see our state starting to jump on the bandwagon with it. And I'm not against change. I know everything changes. If it didn't, we'd still be riding horses or steamboats. I get that times change, but there's just some things that it's hard to transition away from, and coal is one of them because you have to have it for steel. And I guess what I'm asking is, you know, you look at this and sort of respect our state and our coal miners, what we went through. You know, the gentleman from Marion can contest this. You know, if anyone's read the history, Blair Mountain, you know, we know what coal miners went through to get to where they are today. I mean, our own government even bombed them or was against them. And West Virginia is rich in history with their coal industry, and it seems like so many people is embarrassed about it now. Maybe I should wear it as an embarrassment instead of a badge of honor. But like I said before, I apologize for nobody for being a coal miner, and I'll stand up to the end, fighting for the hard-working men and women who is still involved in the coal industry. I raised my family on it, sent kids to college because I'm a coal miner, and I can tell you, I can honestly stand here and tell you today, I don't regret one moment of it. I'm proud of it. I worked hard for everything I've ever got in life, and that's what America's supposed to be about. If I have one more person tell me that they're training me to be an air conditioner technician, I think I'm going to scream. These people don't want to be air conditioning technician, refrigerator repair people. They just are trying to make a living. And I just feel as a state and as a nation, we're going down the wrong road. But I fully support the gentleman's resolution. I wish there was more we could do, but it just saddens me that it seems like our attitude is changing, and times are changing. I realize that. I've changed a lot. All of us have, but looking forward, just remember that where our roots came from, and just try to be respectful and appreciative of the sacrifices that have been made to get us where we are today. But because without coal, I'll guarantee you this nation, this great nation we live in, would be nowhere near what it is today. So I support the gentleman's resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. Thinking back over my lifetime and remembering what coal has done for West Virginia and our country warrants such a resolution. We would not have won World War II without coal miners. Unions would not have been born but for the strife that our coal miners were put under in the early 1900s when they were paid with script and had to shop at the company store. Many of the immigrants that came to this country found a livelihood in the coal mines of West Virginia. But Mr. President, I do want to add in that while I think the resolution is well-meaning and well-intentioned, it's not going to save our coal industry. It's not going to save it. We see the handwriting on the wall that we are being replaced by other fuels, natural gas, where they can turn on a spigot and the power runs directly to the power plant, and of course renewable energy. What we have to do is, instead of giving tax incentives to big coal industry, we have to demand clean coal technology. We have to demand that our coal-fired power plants have science applied to them that allows them to burn cleanly so they can burn in the future, so that coal can continue to be the major power supplier that it's always been. I don't understand the science, but I know science can fix a lot of things, and it can fix the issues with coal. And Mr. President, I urge this legislature to do what it can to direct funding to those efforts and not just putting money in the pockets of the coal industry. We have to save our coal mines for the coal miners. Those are the men and women whose jobs we have to save, whose sacrifice ought to be recognized by our efforts to help preserve their industry. I urge a yes vote on the resolution, Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. And I'd like to point out that coal power plants should remain one of the above, and cleaning coal up will help do that. But as we move into the future, we just had an event which should probably prove to all of us in the land that coal might be the only fuel where you can put a month or 2 months or even 3 months of fuel right there on the property. So if it gets cloudy and the solar panel doesn't work, or the wind quits blowing, or the gas line freezes up, that power plant can have a month or two worth of energy production right there on the property. So I support this resolution 100%. We should recognize not just what coal-fired power plants have done, but what they can continue to do. Thank you.
Senator from Boone.
Mr. President, I too rise in support of the resolution. I'm a little embarrassed that somehow that got by without me adding my sponsorship. I'm very sorry about that. I just went back and tried to click on it, and I couldn't do it. That said, you know, being from Boone County in the coal fields of southern West Virginia, I've seen the positive impact on the economy over the many years. We've passed bills in this chamber here that would help transition coal country into a more diversified economy. I remember back in the early days before I was ever even involved in politics, I would talk about economic diversification. First question out of people's mouth would be, why are you against coal? I said, I am not against coal, but we can't have all our eggs in one basket. So by using the coal severance tax wisely, and this body, increased the amount of coal severance tax that went back to the mineral-rich counties. We tried. By using our post-mine land sites better, those would help diversify the economy. So I had hoped that we could somehow have a little more time to use what has really brought us here in West Virginia. And I remember back in the day, Mr. President, when there was $460 million of coal severance tax coming into the state of West Virginia's budget, general revenue budget. Again, I remember Senator Brooks McCabe talking about we can use, and you hate to say the word use, the coal industry, but we could use them as a stepping stone into our future. We're going to have some coal-fired power. There's no question about that. So anyway, but at the same time, you know, we have coal miners, and the senator from Tucker, I've walked with him. He huffs and puffs. He's worked hard to coal mines. He's got black lung. We have to make sure that these coal miners can mine coal safely and not sacrifice their health in order to have a job. We have to recognize that coal has been so important to our former economy, and it can help us grow and diversify the economy into the future, and I urge adoption.
Senator from Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the resolution as well. I'll never turn my back on coal. I was born and raised in McDowell County. For more than 80 years, the largest single county coal-producing county in the entire country. When I grew up there were 95,000 people. Now there are only 18,000. 80% have moved out of the county. So I'd say I'm the poster child for what's gone the wrong way for the coal industry, and we need to fight every way we can to protect what we have left. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm enjoying the discussion about the industry that I grew up in. My friend from Tucker and my friend from Logan, we always poking around and having some fun out there, and it's what's called coal mine humor. If you never worked in a mine, sometimes you think, these guys are idiots, you know, what are they doing? But it's just something that we as coal miners grew up in. There's two things you always remember about your first day in the mine. You remember the day you started, and you remember your check number. And you'll remember that till the end of time. I started when I was 19 years old on February 22nd, 1977. I was just a kid out of high school, and I wanted to make a living, and I knew that I wasn't going to college, and I didn't know where my life would go. Eventually, I had a family and 2 kids, and And that industry and that job was good to me. It was very, very good to me. Had health care, made a good wage. We had a good economy. It was robust. Never had to worry about anything. But you know what? Sometimes people forget how we got to that point, my friend from Tucker, and the battles that you talked about in your remarks. You know, when coal miners was brought into West Virginia, they were put into coal camps, and they were treated like slaves. And they had to go to the company doctor and listen to the company preacher, and they weren't allowed outside the camp. They weren't allowed to communicate with each other. So a lot of people think the union's bad. The union's a bad thing. Let me tell you, the union is a good thing. The union fought for a good life for West Virginia and brought health care to these hills. And the health and safety that they fought for over the years, it didn't just apply to union miners, it applied to non-union miners as well. We didn't discriminate with health care. He didn't go in and say, you got to operate this mine different than you operate that mine. We fought for all coal miners. And I think everybody will admit that. But that good life has taken a downhill turn for coal miners, Mr. President. I spent 20 years in an underground mine, and I went to work for the union and spent 22 years working for the union. And I'm not a bit ashamed of that. I think we've done some good things. I think we made West Virginia what it is today. I don't think anybody in this room, regardless of what you do, would have the life you have if it wasn't for coal miners, making good money, buying cars at your facility, coming to your health care facilities. Whatever you do, we interjected the money into this economy to make you have a better life, because we made a good wage and we spent our money in our communities. And we are on a downhill slide. And what is so sad, and we can point the finger at the EPA, and we can point the finger at this administration or that administration. But the truth of the matter is, and I like to face reality, this industry needs regulatory certainty. It shouldn't depend on who the president is, whether they lift regulations, or who the president is and they tighten regulations. You want to blame somebody, let's blame Congress for not having regulatory certainty in this industry that they had to live by and didn't have to depend on who the heck the president of the United States was. That's always been the problem in this industry. I think we got to face reality here. If you're not from Appalachia, you probably don't like coal. If you're from California, you think coal's bad. If you're from West Virginia or Kentucky, you know the importance of coal and what it did to our economy. And I think where we need to concentrate, my friend from Harrison touched on it, we are a cleaner, greener society now. It's the way people think. And we need to invest in carbon capture and sequestration and other avenues that could burn coal in a cleaner, greener manner. That's how we look towards saving an industry. We don't do it by reducing safety. We don't do it by reducing environmental regulations. No, we got to find a cleaner way to burn it. That's how we got to do it. We can mine coal safely. We've proved that over the years. We outproduce anybody in the world right here in West Virginia. And I was proud to be a part of that. But we all have a better life for it. And I apologize, too, to my friend from Logan for missing this resolution and not signing on to it. I know he is a true fighter, a true believer in this industry. Him and I really want this industry to grow and succeed. Sometimes we have different ideas of how that's got to happen, but we always try to bring it together. We always try to bring it together. And I appreciate him for that. But, Mr. President, it's been good to West Virginia. It's been real good to West Virginia. It's been good to me personally. It's been good to all of us. I think we need to recognize that. Mr. President, I want to close my remarks there, but I do would like to make an inquiry of the chair, if I might, before I do. Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that this resolution be opened up to add sponsors to it. I didn't see it till yesterday, and I don't know if that's a proper request here in the Senate, but that's my request.
Senate will come back to order. Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. After discussion with you, and I appreciate you having that discussion with me, and we are going to have a roll call vote, so everybody will see where we're at. Thank you for your advice, and I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my unanimous consent request.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to request unanimous consent that the comments by our senators from Logan, Tucker, Harrison, Wyoming, Boone, Mercer, and Marion all be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. The senator from Logan has demanded the yeas and nays. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 29, recognizing the 20th anniversary of the West Virginia Rural Health Infrastructure Loan Fund.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 29, recognizing the 20th anniversary of the West Virginia Rural Health Infrastructure Loan Fund.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the Senate is recognizing the 20th anniversary of the West Virginia Rural Health Infrastructure Loan Fund. The Center for Rural Health Development, created in West Virginia, created this loan fund in 2001 to strengthen West Virginia's rural health infrastructure by meeting capital financing needs of West Virginia healthcare providers. The loan fund has partnered with 20 West Virginia banks, making capital financing available to healthcare provider organizations throughout the state. The Center Loan Fund has made over 145 loans in 35 counties, which has leveraged over $59 million in capital improvement financing in the state, and has made loans available to community health centers, hospitals, physician and dental practices, independent pharmacies, and other licensed healthcare provider organizations. This loan fund has helped to ensure the opportunity for healthcare providers to remain in or open new practices in rural communities throughout the state. We've worked hard on various federal and statewide initiatives to improve access to care in our rural state. This loan fund has had a positive impact on improving the quality of life for West Virginians by strengthening West Virginia's healthcare infrastructure and provide access to high-quality health care even in our rural areas. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Sharon Lansdale. She's been in this role for many, many years and has been involved in many other population and rural health issues, making a positive influence over the many years. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say yea. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Bill's on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 361, extending supervision for conviction of soliciting minor and using obscene matter with intent to seduce minor. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 361 amends a single section of our state code. It amends Chapter 62, Article 12, Section 26. Article 12 is probation and parole. Section 26 is a statute enacted by the legislature about a decade ago, providing for extended supervision for sex offenders and sentencing conditions, supervision fees. This bill will add to the list of offenses for which extended supervision may be ordered, three offenses which were omitted in the passage of that bill originally. And I wasn't here at the time, but probably simply oversight. But it allows offenders to be added for extended supervision for, if their convictions are for, the offenses of 1, distribution of obscene matter to a minor child; 2, use of obscene matter to seduce a minor child; or 3, soliciting a minor child via computer. So if this bill passes, Mr. President, judges will have the authority to require extended supervision for those people after they serve their prison sentences. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 483, allowing oaths be taken before any person authorized to administer oaths. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 483 amends 3 existing sections of the state code. They're all in Chapter 44, Article 1. Chapter 44 is administration of estates. Article 1 relates to personal representatives for estates. And the purpose of this bill is simply to make it so when a will appoints a person as executor, or when a person seeks to qualify as administrator of an estate, they can do it by signing the papers before notary public remotely in some place other than the office of the clerk of the county commission. Right now, under current law, they have to come to West Virginia, appear in the county clerk's office, and sign the papers to receive letters of administration there. This would allow them to do it wherever they are and mail the documents properly signed and notarized to the county clerk's office. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there are 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 487, updating Division of Purchasing, Procurement, and Spending Thresholds. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, all bid solicitations of commodities and printing expected to exceed $25,000 by this state's non-exempt spending units are required to go through the Purchasing Division. Senate Bill 487 allows the director of that division to request information from and inspect spending units and raise the amount in question for delegated authority to a maximum of $100,000. The spending unit obviously must honor the upper limit of its delegation and refer any purchases exceeding that amount back to purchasing. The Director of Purchasing may likewise reduce the amount of procurement authority to the spending unit upon a negative inspection. If this happens, that spending unit may request a follow-up inspection 1 year later. This bill also deletes the requirement that procurement of commodities more than $25,000 must be the result of at least 3 competitive bids. This bill states that the procurement must be based on advertised bid requests and must be awarded to the lowest bidders, meeting the required specs. It is also explicitly made clear that any spending unit with delegated authority must follow the same requirements which purchasing must. This bill modifies the process for purchasing and spending units with delegated authority. For amounts less than $2,500, no bids are required for procurement. Procurement of amounts between $2,500 and 1 cent and $10,000 may be undertaken with appropriately documented verbal bids. Finally, any purchase between $10,000 and 1 cent and $25,000 must be procured with written sealed bids. If a spending unit has authority exceeding $25,000, this limit may be increased to a maximum of $100,000. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll do my best to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 509, removing requirement that determination of medical stability be found prior to admission to mental health facility. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Trump moved to amend the bill on page 4, section 3A, line 4, by striking out the words federal or.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This came up on third reading yesterday, and perhaps it was second reading, but when we were considering amendments yesterday, Senator from Ohio raised the point that maybe we've gone a little too far in the language in Senate Bill 509 with inclusion of the words or federal. With respect to the issue of, it actually relates, Mr. President, to firearms rights. Let me back up and give a little context for the amendment we're offering today that I hope will help the body. Both federal law and state law provide that certain persons who are mentally ill are prohibited from possessing firearms. So this bill actually largely deals with just the process of pre-clearance before somebody is involuntarily hospitalized. And it happens occasionally that somebody gets committed or somebody gets hospitalized involuntarily for what appears to be a mental illness, but is not necessarily mental illness. For instance, an example would be a 65-year-old gentleman who has no history ever of any psychiatric problems or psychological problems or mental illness, but suddenly and unexpectedly becomes loopy, disoriented. Sometimes it looks like mental illness and it's not. It could be a kidney infection, a urinary tract infection, something like that causes a person to appear to be having mental illness. And if those people get involuntarily hospitalized, there's a chance that they could lose their firearms rights. when in many cases, and perhaps the physicians in this body can speak to this, you get them on a course of antibiotics, get their infection cleared up, and they're right back to normal. They're okay. So what we're trying to do in this bill that talks about involuntary hospitalization is make it so that somebody in that circumstance whose commitment or involuntary hospitalization is the result of a manifestation of a physical illness is not going to be a permanent deprivation or cause a permanent deprivation of his firearms rights. Once he's better, he shouldn't lose his firearms rights. So we can absolutely make it clear under state law that our state law prohibition on mentally ill people having firearms rights isn't triggered by this, and that's what we're doing. We had in the bill the words "or federal," and the senator from Ohio County correctly pointed out yesterday that we should be careful because we don't control, the West Virginia government doesn't control or have any right to control how the United States government interprets its federal firearms prohibition. It's set forth in 18 United States Code, Section 922G, Subdivision 4, 922G4, as it relates to the federal prohibition on persons having firearms who have, I think the exact words in the United States Code are, been committed to a mental institution. Those are the words in the United States Code. And so what we're trying to do, and I think the senator from Ohio was correct in raising the point yesterday, we're trying to be precise with this amendment. We're trying not to overreach. And so we strike the words federal, but we add the following language. And I'll go ahead and read it, Mr. President, if I may. Furthermore, while it is clear that it is the government of the United States and not the government of West Virginia which has the authority under 18 U.S.C. 922G4 to determine whether or not a person has been, quote, committed to a mental institution, close quote, the legislature notes that, quote, federal courts often look to state law to help determine whether a commitment has occurred, close quote. And that's a citation from a case that's cited here in the amendment, United States v. Virts, a 2002 case. The amendment continues. Under such principles of interpretation, it is the intent of the legislature to make clear that in circumstances under which there is an order finding that a person's involuntary hospitalization was necessitated and ordered as a result of a physical condition or disorder, the legislature does not deem this to be a, quote, commitment, close quote, under state law. And the legislature's determination that such an involuntary hospitalization is not a commitment should be viewed by the government of the United States as consistent with the provisions of the amendments to the NICS, NICS Improvement Amendments Act of 2007, and there's a citation to the public law. So I think while we're yielding, let me say also, Mr. President, I want to thank the Vice Chair of the committee, the Senator from Brooke, who he's blessed and cursed at the same time with the ability and interest in digging into cases and regulations, and he does it routinely, all to the benefit of the committee and the committee's work product. And he did in this case, and he found a whole bunch of cases, federal cases. He found that, which I was unaware of before he found it, the Congress amended the act in 2008. And so there are exceptions in the federal act, exceptions for the federal firearms prohibitions on people, quote, committed to a mental institution in the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. The exceptions now are if the adjudication or commitment was set aside or expunged, or the person was released or discharged from all mandatory treatment, supervision, or monitoring. And so that would, I think, would be the case under the kinds of involuntary hospitalizations we're talking about. There are also exceptions for the adjudication or commitment if it was based solely on a medical finding of disability without an opportunity for hearing. And that one is a little problematic because we do have hearings in our involuntary hospitalization process. But the senator from Brooke did tremendous work between our floor session yesterday and the floor session today, digging deep, deep, deep into the weeds. And when I say weeds, I'm talking about the Code of Federal Regulations, the CFR, on all of these questions and the cases. But I guess the amendment as it lies before us, Mr. President, would yield the point made yesterday on this floor by the senator from Ohio County, while trying to at least put something in our law that a person that had such a thing happen to him or her could point to in federal court. And so, Your Honor, I was taken to Sharp. I was there for 3 days. And so while it might look like, under the literal words of the federal statute, I was committed to a mental hospital, the legislature has determined that for state law, that hospitalization was not a commitment within its meaning, state law, and addresses it and asks the federal government at least to consider the legislature's view of the topic. I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I would urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there a discussion pertaining to the Senator from Morgan's amendment? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment from the Senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be re-engrossed, and the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 509, removing requirement that determination of medical stability be found prior to admission to mental health facility. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. We get to talk about this bill every day this week. But it's an important bill, and we're getting it right, so that's the most important part, I guess. Mr. President, this bill removes the requirement that a licensed physician find an individual is medically stable prior to that individual being admitted to a mental health facility. The bill states that upon admission, a physical exam may be provided consistent with the standard of care of that mental health facility or by a hospital. The magistrate or mental health hygiene commissioner may, on his or her own recommendation or the recommendation of the examiner, order that the individual be evaluated for medical condition prior to psychiatric admission. The Supreme Court of Appeals is requested to provide magistrates, mental hygiene commissioners, and examiners training regarding medical conditions mimicking, causing, or contributing to the psychiatric presentation. The bill provides if a person is involuntarily hospitalized, is determined after the entry of order that the behavior which led to the order was caused by a physical condition rather than a mental illness or addiction. The hospitalization shall not serve to make the person banned under federal or under state laws relating to the firearms, and that's with the amendment we just adopted from the Judiciary Chair. Mr. President, I think it's a good bill. I thank the Judiciary Chair. I asked him for help regarding that issue yesterday, and I think they solved one of the issues in the bill about the firearm component. The problem here with the transportation and the stress that was being placed on our county sheriff deputies because of the change we made last year is what led to this bill. It needs to be addressed. There's not a great solution. This bill's a better solution than what we currently have. I think there's a group of people committed to look at this over the next few months and see if we can even come up with a better solution for next year. In the meantime, I think this bill provides us the best solution, and I'd urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I have no illusion that my opposition will defeat this bill. However, I want you to just look at the title of the bill, removing the requirement that determination of medical stability be found prior to admission to mental health. We have all kinds of scenarios. Senator from Morgan pointed out one. Urosepsis. A lot of our more senior patients in particular, and since we are a senior state, are apt to develop delirium. Delirium is what we're talking about when you do things that you're not used to do, and they can sometimes put you at danger to yourself or make you dangerous to someone else. I certainly hope that further study will continue, because there are some major healthcare people in the state of West Virginia that are very concerned about this. We talked about the change we made last year. Why did we make that change? Well, because people were being admitted to mental health facilities without medical clearance, and they were dying. That's why we made the change. Now, in that year, we've had issues by tying up deputy sheriffs. And that's a problem. And let me say this, tying up a deputy sheriff and keeping them away from their job, that can also do harm. I get that. I get that. I think they need to be out working the best we could. I just think there's better ways we could do this. I think the transportation part of this is what we need to work on, and not basically doing away with patient safety. I wish that we would care, you know, we care so much about someone's firearms rights, but they may well lose their life if they're not medically stable. So I hope that we will continue to work on this, that we can work on the transportation aspect of it, that we can listen to our psychiatrists at our major teaching hospitals, and get this right. I think there's other states that do it right. They use EMS for transport and not deputy sheriffs for transport. The senior senator, not the senior citizen, but the senior senator from the 5th certainly understands that perhaps the arresting officer, whether it's a municipal or someone else, should take the transportation issue. So with that said, I urge a no vote on it, and if not, then I certainly hope we will continue to monitor this and try to get it right, because I think the reason we put the medical clearance in there was for a reason, and I think that's important for us to do. I do not think that the Supreme Court can teach a magistrate or a mental hygiene person how to evaluate someone regarding a medical condition, even with a 3-hour CLE. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall wish to close? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the Senator from Boone's comments. Agree with a lot of them, especially the last comment. I think I find it hard to believe that a couple hours course taught by the Supreme Court will maybe help a mental hygiene commissioner evaluate someone accurately for a medical condition. I mean, it might help in a few cases, but it's certainly not ideal. Our situation's not ideal. In a perfect world, we would have a PA or a nurse practitioner staffed at the hospital, right? Someone would go and they'd be evaluated as soon as they got there. They wouldn't have to go to another hospital and wait for 12 hours in the ER or 8 hours and tie up sheriff deputies and all that. What we're doing here is moving back to where we were. And was there bad outcomes before? Not many. Could there be one? Yeah, there certainly could be one. It's a policy decision. We have to make a decision here on, who presents with psychiatric illness. If there's 1,000 people that present, how many of those people are going to be septic or have viral meningitis or have a brain tumor that causes it as opposed to being mentally ill? It's a small percentage. And a lot of times, even without medical training, you can notice that. The magistrate or the mental hygiene commissioner will see that. But they're also examined. These patients are also examined by an examiner before they see the commissioner or the magistrate. And that person's a medical person. They're not doing a medical exam. They're doing a psychiatric exam. But certainly they would be much better suited to detect this. So the few cases where it is a medical condition causing the temporary psychosis are likely to be weeded out, or at least a percentage of those are likely to be weeded out. So we're taking a small number, we're making it even smaller, we're solving a problem for the deputies, and it's certainly not an ideal situation, as I stated. It's better than what we have. I still urge passage of this bill. I also urge that we continue to look at this issue and see if we can come up with a better solution. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge passage.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 23 yeas, 10 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Maroney moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 610, providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs in West Virginia. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. The Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 610 provides tuition and fee waivers for AmeriCorps volunteers who have served in West Virginia. For 600 hours of service, they will get 1 semester waived. For 1,200 hours of service, they'll get 2 semesters waived, with a total possibility of 8 semesters. They must apply and accept all offers of financial assistance, and they also must accept the Siegel AmeriCorps Education Award. The Higher Education Policy Commission will establish rules. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? The Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that's 2 years in the making. And I know a lot of you go through these processes where you spend a lot of time working on a bill, and so I just want to take a minute to go through how important I think this is. Sarah Riley of High Rocks pitched this to me at a lunch counter a little over 2 years ago. And if any of you know Sarah, and I know many of you have met her testifying before the health or education committees over the past couple of years, you know how enthusiastic and energetic she is about helping West Virginia. She's one of West Virginia Living Magazine's Wonder Women. She's a Harvard grad, and she's tremendously talented. And as somebody who works with AmeriCorps volunteers regularly, she knew that that group of young people was exactly the kind of young people that we need more of in West Virginia. And we needed to do something to incentivize them to stay here. They're smart, they're motivated, they love helping people in West Virginia. So how could we do more of that? That was essentially the idea. And this bill's the answer to that question. Not the only answer, but one step in the right direction. By providing students an incentive to do AmeriCorps, it allows us to recruit more young people who need some help paying for college. And then we can also fill more AmeriCorps positions, more AmeriCorps service opportunities, who can then help more people across the state who can form lifelong connections to serve in West Virginia. So it just builds on itself in a positive way. And it all does that by utilizing federal dollars and a last dollar in program approach at the local level with colleges across the state. So we think this can help about 200 people initially each year, and if all goes well, then I hope we can come back and go bigger in a future year. I want to thank Sarah. I want to thank the senator from Upshur. I want to thank our council. I want to thank HEPC, Volunteer West Virginia, the Education Alliance, and all the members of this body, including the committee chairs who've helped to bring this bill forward to this point. I just want to say personally that I am really excited to press the green button on this bill today because I know it is going to impact the state in a positive way by impacting our young people in a positive way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 644, exempting certain persons pursuing degree in speech pathology and audiology from license requirements. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. The Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 644 provides that the activities and services of persons pursuing a course of study leading to a degree in speech pathology or audiology at a college or university is exempt from licensure if the activities constitute part of a planned course of study. They are designated by a title such as intern, trainee, student, or other title clearly indicating the status appropriate to the level of education, and they work under the supervision of a person licensed to practice speech pathology or audiology. Mr. President, this bill came to us from the senator from Brooke just due to one of these programs being at West Liberty State College, and the people in the program unable to learn how to do the hands-on training because of the absence of this law that we're going to pass today, or hopefully pass today. So this does allow the trainees in these programs to get hands-on training under the supervision of someone that's trained and licensed, just like anyone would do in nursing school or medical school or any other training program. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 651, allowing county boards of education to publish financial statements on website. Third reading of the bill.
Question is, passes the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 651 allows county boards to publish its financial statement on its website rather than as a Class 1A legal ad. We passed an amendment yesterday that adds a public hearing before they can publish on their website for the first time. It requires that they publish public notice in a qualified newspaper once a week for 2 weeks before publishing on the website, and requires county boards to include additional information if they publish on their website. The effective date is July 1, 2023. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you. Would the senator from Jefferson yield, please?
Will the senator yield? The senator yields.
So if it's published on the website, then you include the names of people that had some type of dealings with the Board of Education. Is that right?
Yes.
But if it's published in a newspaper, then that's not included.
So that was legislative action that occurred in this body before I was elected. The senator from Oregon explained yesterday in detail. So several years ago, the legislature decided, because of the cost of publishing a newspaper, to exempt some detailed information that just made it really overly long. And what we're doing is that's fine if they publish it in the newspaper, but if they're going to switch to a website which is free, they don't have to pay for, then we go back to what it was before.
So, I mean, I remember being able to look in the local newspaper and see who's a member of the Board of Education, and then see who all was being hired to do things for the Board of Education. There's, questions sometimes come up of cronyism or nepotism and things like that. So if that will not be able to see that anymore. Is that correct? Unless you're one of the 50% of the people that have access to high-speed internet in West Virginia.
So again, current law right now is that they do not have to publish those details in the newspaper, and that was passed by this legislative body years ago, and we're not changing that if it continues to be published in the newspaper.
And the local boards of education, if they do a public notice, and it's almost unanimous that they don't want to, the people that speak at the public hearing say, look, keep it in the newspaper. We don't have high-speed internet. The Board of Education, then, do they have some type of requirement that they listen to the people at the public hearing, or they can just say, look, we're not going to spend the money. We're going to do it on a website. Thank you for showing up.
No, there's no requirement that makes them have to listen to the majority of people in a public hearing, although I would like to point out they are accountable, they are elected, and if they ignore what the public wants, there is a way that the public can make their feelings known.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
Proceed.
Yeah, again, West Virginia doesn't have high-speed internet. We have a senior population. We're basically taking away at least 50% or 45% of the people's right to be able to see how their tax money is being spent on a local level. So I urge rejection. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo the sentiments of the senator from Boone on this issue. No need to reiterate that most of our citizens do not have access to internet. But the real question is, are we really for transparency in government, or is it just another term of convenience? How the government spends its citizens' tax money is one of the most crucial oversights a citizen can provide. This takes it away from the citizens. This makes it almost impossible for most citizens to see what their local county boards are doing, and it's a bad bill. I urge a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Jefferson wish to close? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out that we are not changing the obligations for transparency to have this information available on a website or in the newspaper. And just want to say, we hear in this body a lot about the need to provide more money for our schools. This is one small way, but it is a significant investment that our county school boards could then reinvest in the classroom and in our public education system. So I have to say that I really think it's a great idea to give them this flexibility. It is something that acknowledges that, we have more than one option for making the information available, and I urge passage.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 21 yeas, 12 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 658, requiring sheriff's departments to participate and utilize Handle with Care program for trauma-inflicted children. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 658 amends a single section of the code. It's in Chapter 27, Article 26, and it's Section 2. And the section addresses the general powers and duties of the West Virginia Sheriff's Bureau of Professional Standards. And that exists, it's current law. The bill would add to that section just some new language that says the Bureau may assist the sheriffs in each county of the state to provide Handle with Care program training to the law enforcement officers of those counties. The Handle with Care program, Mr. President, is in operation and utilized by many counties in West Virginia, but apparently not all. Not all counties have been able to launch it or initiate it. We heard pretty compelling and moving testimony, Mr. President, in the Judiciary Committee on what the program is and how it works. And there are members of this body who are familiar, members of our committee, familiar on a firsthand basis with how it works. And I won't spend a lot of time talking about it, but it's simply this, Mr. President. When law enforcement or emergency medical personnel have to go to a person's home, either because there's been an overdose or a violent domestic disturbance, and there are children, under the Handle with Care program, the responders, the first responders, the police or the emergency medical people, find out what schools the children are in, and they pass along to the appropriate authorities at the public school system that the child gets a Handle with Care tag. And so they don't provide details, they don't divulge the details to the school officials, child's mom overdosed last night or, whatever happened, but they let the school officials know that those kids had something that happened, something bad. Senator from Boone has talked to us before about ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences. So something bad happened at this child's home. And so the word goes forth then within the school to the principals, teachers, so that they know simply that if child may need a little special attention today, or child may need a little space today, and not, if the child is acting out, a teacher or school administrator has some insight then, maybe what's driving that, and it's not just, the child acting out. The child is in school and dealing with a pretty traumatic event. So it's a great program. It's inexpensive, and it provides opportunities for direct care for kids who are in those traumatic situations. And the purpose of this bill is to try to encourage the expansion of that program throughout the entire state, within the counties that maybe don't have it up and running right now, by putting a little emphasis on it in the statute that addresses the professional training standards. Be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm standing in support of this bill, and I'm urging all of my colleagues to please support it also. As a teacher in the public school system, I was introduced to this program back in 2018 in Mason County. They came to our school to present it to the staff, and I bought in right away, not really understanding the effect that it completely had on students until I had my first student with a Handle with Care tag. And what the senator from Oregon said is that absolutely you do not know any details surrounding that child's situation, but you simply get an email or a little note in your mailbox that says, please handle so-and-so with care today. And sometimes, in my personal experiences, that has been maybe allowing them to go to the nurse's office to rest a little bit because they were up all night because of a domestic violence situation at home or anything, whatever it could be, just so they could sleep. In another case, it was spending lunch with that kid, watching a funny movie and playing a board game, just one-on-one. They needed just a little extra attention from their teacher. Sometimes it just means, a little extra patience. Maybe they're acting out. Maybe they need a little bit of attention. Maybe they need a little bit of extra time on a test or some assignments, or maybe they just need not to do any work that day and just get a little extra love or care. Maybe they need to see the counselor. There's so many different things that this can do, and it's such a small thing that can make a huge impact on a child's life. They've already been through some sort of traumatic situation, and the way that we handle that the very next day could really change the entire trajectory of their lives. And it makes a huge difference. It's such an easy thing for law enforcement to do. It is a wonderful program. Furthermore, aside from just knowing that you have a Handle with Care tag, I've seen law enforcement officers that do participate in the Handle with Care program go beyond that and come to the school a few days later to check in on the kid, to kind of have lunch with them or just kind of spend the day with them, to give them a better perception and a positive perception of law enforcement officers, and that's important too. So I'm urging that the passage of this bill, and if anybody has any questions for me after session, I will gladly speak to it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption of this piece of legislation and thank the Senator from Mason for introducing it, and thank the chairman for hearing it on Judiciary Committee. Here in Charleston, former Police Chief Brent Webster instituted this program, and it made a world of difference. It's not just giving a child space and time, but if a teacher does not know what that child's been through and the child acts out, it helps that teacher from losing his or her patience and maybe doing something to discipline the child that clearly that child is not ready for and does not deserve. I know as a parent, as a father, I feel worst when I lose my patience with my sons, but I didn't understand why they were acting out to begin with, and half the time there's a reasonable or some reasoned decision on their part, or once you know what the source of them acting out is. So again, it's not just creating that opportunity and time. It's knowing why they're doing what they're doing, and not doubling up on the trauma that they may have suffered earlier that day. This is a great piece of legislation. I urge adoption. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to rise in support of this and thank the senator for sponsoring this piece of legislation. I got to see this up close and personal when I was Board of Education member, and the comments that folks have made, I just want to echo very briefly. We always talk about, there's that old saying, knowledge is power, and in this case, it is especially true. This simple piece of knowledge, I have seen it de-escalate situations in important ways. It changes a child's day, which can then change a child's year, which can change the course of a child's life. So I want to particularly thank Sheriff Fridley in Fayette County, who has run this program very successfully. Then Sheriff Cahill, who's now Colonel of the State Police, implemented it a number of years ago in Greenbrier County. Now Sheriff Sloan continues it. Is a wonderful, wonderful program that de-escalates situations and does a tremendous amount of good for our children. So I stand in strong support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2400, authorizing the Department of Transportation to promulgate legislative rules. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute for House Bill 2400 is the Transportation Rules Bundle. This is it started in the House, of course. It's a House bill. It includes rules from the Division of Highways, Division of Motor Vehicles, Division of Highway Traffic and Safety, DMV regarding denial, suspension, disqualification, cancellation of driving privileges, DMV rule regarding company motor vehicle liability insurance, DMV rule regarding special purpose vehicles. Be happy to try to answer any specific questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill containing the Transportation Rules Bundle.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Yeah. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 474, exempting DOH from purchasing division procedures. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 587, making contact consummation with state more efficient. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 601, relating generally to public employees' grievance procedure.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 673, relating to venue for bringing civil action or arbitration proceedings under construction contracts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2094, relating to juvenile restorative justice programs. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the bill. The bill relates to juvenile restorative justice programs. We have a statute on the books now that addresses restorative justice programs, but it's pretty limited. And the bill adds a definition. The strike and insert amendment would add a definition of restorative justice program, of what that means, into West Virginia Code in section 49.1.206, which is the section that has in it the general definitions that are used in the juvenile code. So there is no definition of restorative justice programs in that section of code now. And then there's an amendment to section 725 in Article 4 of Chapter 49, and that is the statute I mentioned that's in code now that does address juvenile justice programs. Under the committee amendment, the juvenile a restorative justice program would be available to a juvenile for participation on a voluntary basis. It's under the program, it's required that the victim of the offense and the juvenile offender be voluntary participants in a juvenile program. This limits the kinds of offenses for which the program can be utilized to those which are status offenses or an offense that would constitute a nonviolent crime if committed by an adult. So when we talk in terms of juvenile conduct or offenses, it's in our law, in our statutes, we refer to conduct or actions that would be a crime if committed by an adult, because juveniles are treated differently in the law. And we apply it also, we make it available also for a misdemeanor assault and a misdemeanor battery. And the references to the code sections for those. That was part of an amendment adopted in the committee. The amendment makes it clear that both the victim and the juvenile can decline to participate in a restorative justice program. And the strike and insert amendment allows that the result of the restorative justice program can be incorporated and implemented measures agreed to by the victim and juvenile, which are designed to provide redress to the victim and community arising out of the juvenile's conduct. The law makes it clear that no self-incriminating statement may be made by the juvenile that can be, if a self-incriminating statement is made by a juvenile as part of a restorative justice program participation, it can't be used or admitted into evidence against them in a formal juvenile delinquency proceeding. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would urge the adoption of the Judiciary Committee's strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2382, authorizing the Department of Environmental Protection to promulgate a legislative rule relating to ambient air quality standards. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2896, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Human Services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2898, making a supplementary appropriation to Workforce West Virginia Workforce Investment Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a committee amendment to House Bill 2898. It increases the amount of federal spending authority given to Workforce West Virginia from $500,000 to $6,800,000. This will allow Workforce to make use of additional federal grant dollars that have been awarded to them. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered from the Senior Senator from the 4th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2901, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Human Services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2903, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security, West Virginia State Police. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2940, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Education, State Board of Education, State Department of Education. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2941, supplementary appropriation decreasing an existing item and adding a new item of appropriation to the Department of Revenue Insurance Commissioner. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 4th.
This is a committee amendment that simply increases the spending authority realignment amount for federal spending authority within the Office of the Insurance Commissioner from $8,700 to $83,000. This increase will allow the office to better maximize federal match dollars for a newly awarded grant to the office. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Senior Senator from the 4th. All those in favor will say aye. They will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The resolution. Okay. Clerk.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 11, Constitutional Officer Term Limit Amendment. First reading of the resolution.
The resolution will be advanced. Introduction of guests. Remarks by members. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief here. Yesterday, this body considered Senate Bill 565, which was an elections bill that I objected to for a couple reasons, but I guess the most important reason is, for the life of me, given the numbers of folks that turned out in the last election, why we haven't gone far enough. In 2020, 802,000 West Virginians voted. That's the second highest in the state's history. Not since 1960, in the general election between John F. Kennedy and Richard M. Nixon, which is the highest turnout. This past cycle was the closest we've ever come to it, so over 60 years. Of the 802,000 folks that voted, half of them voted either early vote or absentee ballot. Specifically, 145,000 people voted via absentee ballot. So I believe that, again, the bill didn't go far enough, and I asked this body, I will also add that despite the high numbers of absentee balloting and early vote, our Secretary of State did a good job in making sure that everything was done properly. There was no indication or instance of fraud or malfeasance or cheating. So we were able to do it, and I just don't know why we wouldn't do it anymore. And so I asked this body to consider Senate Bill 631, which is a bill that I'm sponsored with, along with the senator from Ohio and the senator from Marion, to make absentee balloting universal and no excuse. Thank you.
Further remarks? Miscellaneous business. I'm sorry. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just quickly, I won't belabor this too much, but there were some comments made yesterday regarding West Virginia casinos, and I just want to, balance some of the information and give the other side. So I could tell you, I represent in my district one of those casinos, Hollywood Casino in Charlestown, West Virginia. Hollywood casinos invest over $500 million in their local facilities to attract visitors from all around the East Coast. It has over 1,200 employees that work at the facility. 90% of those employees are residents of West Virginia per state law. Full-time employees have good health benefits and a strong pension plan. When the casino was forced to close during COVID, Hollywood Casinos donated perishable food items to local charities that was extremely helpful during the pandemic. And it partnered with Jefferson County Community Ministries, not just during the pandemic, but year-round. It gives thousands of dollars to local charities and nonprofits. Next year, they are planning a 7-figure investment to the facility in Charlestown. Benefits from the casino to the state. Gambling provides over $487.1 million in tax revenues. The Hollywood Casino by itself pays $161.5 million in taxes. Just that was 2019. West Virginia casinos, there are 5, have an annual economic impact of $1.03 billion, and they support 8,500 jobs in this state. I just want to make sure that, we know all of the figures and we understand and make decisions based on that. I myself am not a gambler. I've never once betted on anything in a casino, but I have to say the economic impact that Hollywood Casinos has in Charlestown is extremely helpful to Jefferson County and to the state of West Virginia. Thank you.
Further remarks? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand briefly to announce that New York State has now become the 14th state to legalize recreational marijuana. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday. I think it's important to note because of those approximately 14 states, there's another 16 states that have decriminalized marijuana and made it a non-criminal citation. We risk falling behind like we do on everything else. It's a progressive move. It's a good move for our state. It'll bring young people in our state. This body wants to bring people in this state. We need to consider the bill that's on the agenda that has been introduced and could create a county referendum for that issue for every county in our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks? Miscellaneous business. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pending and subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Are there announcements? Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have all of your committee announcements for this afternoon, so everybody wants to follow along. Your majority party will caucus in room 330 West 30 minutes following the floor session. The Health Committee will be meeting at 2:30 in room 451M, and your Committee on the Energy will be meeting in room 208 West at 2:30 as well. Your Committee on Education will be meeting at 3:30 in room 451M, and your Committee on Government Organization will also be meeting at 3:30 in room 208 West. Your Committee on the Judiciary will be meeting in room 208 West at 4:30, and your Committee on the Finance will be meeting in room 451M at 4:30 as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further announcements. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your conference committee related to House Bill 2263 will meet Friday, March 26th at 2 p.m. in the Senate President's Conference Room.
Further announcements. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democrats will caucus here in the chamber at 1:30 today.
Further announcements. If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned.
The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. At this time, members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the lady from the 4th, Dr. Zukoff.
Dear Heavenly Father, O Lord, our Lord, how majestic is your name in all the earth. We thank you for your steadfast love that endures forever. We give you all the glory and thank you for the blessings of another day. We humbly ask for your guidance and discernment to make the best decisions in accordance with your will today. Please fill us with your Holy Spirit. And from Colossians, put on them as God's chosen one, holy and beloved, compassionate hearts, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience, bearing with one another, and if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other, as the Lord has forgiven you. So you must forgive. And above all of these things, put on love, which binds everything together in perfect harmony. Dear Lord, we ask for the blessings on the people of the state of West Virginia and our families and loved ones as we begin this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. If members and guests will remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman to 7th, Dr. Barnhart.
Speaker, please join me in pledging allegiance to the greatest nation on the face of this earth. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Wednesday, March 24th, 2021.
Gentleman to 48th, Doug Queen.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman to 48th, ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On special calendar, third reading, House Bill 2493 has been transferred to the House calendar. On special calendar, first reading, House Bill 2719 and House Bill 3059 have been transferred to the House calendar.
Introductions, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Manny Kalon from Charleston, West Virginia. If we would please make them welcome.
Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 22, Bill Odell Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 27, Harvey LeMasters Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 38, United States Marine Corps Sergeant David Andrew Green Memorial Bridge. Reports the same back with recommendation that each be adopted.
The report will be received.
Originating in the Committee on Judiciary and reported with recommendation that it do pass is House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and traditional housing program.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 2592, require counties and municipalities to hold all local elections during statewide elections, and House Bill 2927, adding caregiving expenses to campaign finance expense. Reports back committee substitutes, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirements for misdemeanors to 10 days. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 20, supporting and celebrating centennial anniversary of Jones Act. Reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted, that it be referred to Committee on Rules.
The report will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 389, relating to the State Resiliency Office responsibility to plan for emergency and disaster response, recovery, and resiliency. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 102, allowing disabled veterans and Purple Heart recipients park free at paid parking of state or its political subdivisions. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration Senate Bill 16, providing continued eligibility for developmental disability services to dependents of military members. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 3269 to require the Department of Environmental Protection to assume responsibility of cost and permitting of dams that are deemed to be under state control. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Originating in the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure is House Bill 3307, Social Media Integrity and Anti-Corruption in Elections Act. It's reported with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Bill 3122, relating to the establishment and operation of regional water, wastewater, and stormwater authorities. Senate Bill 69, creating Choose Life special registration plate, supporting adoption, and reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass, that they be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received and the bills will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 20, Bill Withers Memorial Road, House Concurrent Resolution 21, Spec 4 Dennis Harvey Roberts Bridge, McDowell County, House Concurrent Resolution 43, United States Army Hugh H. Smokey Stover Memorial Road, House Concurrent Resolution 52, World War II Veterans Toothman Brothers Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 54, Robin W. Ames Memorial Road, House Concurrent Resolution 62, Major Samuel Wilson Rogers Jr. Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 63, Mayor George Caros Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 64, Deputy Sheriff Scott D. Myers Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 6, United States Navy Seaman Second Class Wilbur Webb Hahn and John W. Hahn Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 8, Fire Chief Kenneth Jr. Russell Memorial Bridge, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 9, Haney Family Veterans Memorial Bridge. Reports the same back with recommendation that each be adopted, that they be referred to Committee on Rules.
The report will be received, and each resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Originating in Committee on Technology and Infrastructure is House Concurrent Resolution 72, David Allen Drake Sr. Memorial Bridge. It's reported with recommendation that it be adopted, that it be referred to Committee on Rules.
The report will be received, and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Workforce Development has had under consideration Senate Bill 248, requiring DHHR collaborate with Workforce Development Board and West Virginia Division of Personnel for purposes of job placement. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Workforce Development has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 370, requiring certain documents that contain wage records be considered confidential. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 61, expanding coyote control program through voluntary assessment on breeding cows. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
The report will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 339, expanding types of agricultural operations that are protected from nuisance and other legal actions, and Senate Bill 359, informing landowners when fencing that may contain livestock is damaged due to accident. Reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass, that they be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received, and the bills will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 66, creating voluntary WVU rifle team checkoff program on hunting and fishing licenses. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
The report will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Pensions and Retirement has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 460, relating to Deputy Sheriff Retirement System Act. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
The report will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 2667 to create a cost savings program for state buildings regarding energy efficiency. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 275, relating generally to West Virginia Appellate Reorganization Act of 2021. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The report will be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on March 23, 2021, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, committee substitute for Senate Bill 5, relating to claims arising out of West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 42, creating Zombie Property Remediation Act of 2021. Senate Bill 89, exempting certain kindergarten and preschool programs offered by private schools from registration requirements. And Senate Bill 523, correcting improper code references.
The report will be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on March 24, 2021, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee substitute for House Bill 2009 relating to limitations on the use of wages and agency shop fees by employers and labor organizations for political activities. Committee substitute for House Bill 2372 allow pre-candidacy papers to be filed the day after the general election. Committee substitute for House Bill 2616 amend the reporting to the governor and the legislature to have information continuously available on the Office of Health Facility Licensure and Certifications website. Committee substitute for House Bill 2682 relating to the issuance of license suspensions to insurance producers and insurance adjusters who have failed to meet continuing education requirements. And committee substitute for Senate Bill 469 permitting and establishing requirements for appearance by video for purpose of notarial acts.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 2769, supplementing, amending, and increasing items of existing appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation, Division of Motor Vehicles. Reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 2768, supplementing, amending, and increasing an existing item of appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation, Division of Highways. House Bill 2790, supplementing, amending, decreasing, and increasing items of existing appropriation to Division of Highways, and House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. A message from the executive.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Henshaw presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on March 24th, 21, he approved committee substitute for House Bill 2011.
The message will be received. Message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate is passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2621, mandating certification for certain members of fire departments, requires certain types of training, allows specialized personnel who are not firefighters to be members of a department, and require the postings of fire department evaluations.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed with amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2797, declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of the state.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment directed that the claim against the Board of Medicine be paid from its special revenue fund and not the general revenue fund, which is the more appropriate fund from which to pay the claim. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2797. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate, concurred in by the House. Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is on the passage of committee substitute for House Bill 2797. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent or not voting. The majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2797, declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of the state.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill, or next petition to the Senate.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 2854 relating to the West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2855 relating to the Natural Resources Police Officers Retirement System.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed with the title amendment House Bill 2905 relating to repealing the prohibition against the use of certain words.
The message will be received. Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the Senate did was amend the title. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the title amendment.
The lady in the 49th moves that the House concur in the title amendment adopted by the Senate on House Bill 2905. The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? House Bill 2905. If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 84 ayes, 13 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2905 relating to repealing the prohibition against the use of certain words.
Is there further title amendment? If not, the title as amended by the Senate, concurred in by the House, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 9, Continuing Licensed Racetrack Modernization Fund.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 436 relating generally to solid waste facilities.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 551, revising forms of living will, medical power of attorney, and combined medical power of attorney and living will.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 565, relating generally to elections.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 577, exempting certain fire departments from licensure requirements for providing rapid response services.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 590, removing restrictions preventing medical marijuana from being in edible form.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources and the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has adopted Senate Concurrent Resolution 5, urging Congress to call Article 5 convention to impose fiscal restraints on federal government.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary and the Committee on Rules. Are there further Senate messages? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 18, recognizing the importance of coal-fired power plants and coal resources to West Virginia's future.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the committee reference be dispensed with and that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption.
The lady in the 49th asks unanimous consent that House Resolution 18 be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be put upon its adoption. Are there objections? There are no objections. The clerk will please report the resolution.
House Resolution 18, recognizing the importance of coal-fired power plants and coal resources to West Virginia's future.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is just as he reported. This resolution recognizes the importance of coal-fired power plants in West Virginia and coal resources to our future.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. We'll get to that. Is there debate on the resolution? There is not. A roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the resolution adopted. Are there further resolutions? If not, petitions, motions. Lady in the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the remainder of the session, members of conference committees be permitted to vote on any question or issue before the House which they have missed as a direct result of their duties on conference committees, provided that such members notify the clerk of the House in writing as to how they wish to vote before the Daily Journal is published, and that any such vote will not change the outcome of any question.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Bills introduced. Unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 12, Charles E. Jarvis Memorial Bridge.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the House now are 4 naming resolutions. Are there objections to the clerk reporting all 4 naming resolutions for adoptions en masse? If not, the clerk will report the first 4 resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 25, William Edward Freese Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 26, Victor Yoke Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 33, Norman A. and Carrie G. Silver Memorial Bridge.
Does any member wish a separate vote on any of the 4 resolutions just read? If not, the question before the House is, shall those 4 naming resolutions be adopted? Is there debate? If not, those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Those 4 resolutions are adopted. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 48, to balance the judicial workload and realign the current court system based on their caseloads.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate? If not, those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 56, create a resolution urging the FDA not to pass certain rules.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Is there further unfinished business? If not, bills on 3rd reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2702 to require all public high school students to complete and submit a free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, prior to graduation.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 13th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proposed committee substitute requires all public high school students to complete and submit a free application for federal student aid. This is also known as the FAFSA, prior to graduation and as a prerequisite to receiving a high school diploma. The committee substitute permits students, parents, and guardians who decline to complete a FAFSA to submit a waiver created by the State Board of Education. That indicates that they are aware of the potential benefits available through FAFSA and that the student and his or her designee, their parent or guardian, has chosen not to complete and submit a FAFSA. A diploma may be awarded to a student who is unable to comply with these requirements if extenuating circumstances exist where the student has met all other requirements to graduate, and that the principal has granted them every available option, and that they have worked in good faith to complete the FAFSA. The committee substitute also permits the State Board of Education to adopt rules to implement this section, including protections to ensure compliance with state and federal laws. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from 66, Douglas Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chairman yield?
Certainly.
So I just want to make sure I understand the ramifications of this legislation. If an individual chooses not to complete the FAFSA and does not complete the waiver, would they not be eligible for graduation?
No, they would not be eligible, but there is a waiver process that many students would be able to apply for and not have to complete the FAFSA.
Thank you.
The gentleman from 36, Douglas Rowe, is recognized.
If the gentleman would answer a few questions.
Certainly.
Now, I understand that the waiver is only for the parent. Now, what if you have a student who's 19 years old? would they be able to file a waiver? Do they need to?
Yes, they would be able to file the waiver themselves.
But now the statute doesn't say that, does it?
Well, no, I believe that would be implied that any adult or emancipated minor would be able to choose not to do that. They would be able to file it themselves.
I understand these application forms are very revealing of the personal assets of the family. Is that correct?
Yeah, the FAFSA does include, or it does require tax information, income information about the family, yes.
Now, are those filed with the school, or are they filed directly to a federal agency?
Those are filed directly to a federal agency. You can complete the FAFSA at your school, or you can do it online. Takes 15 to 20 minutes to complete it.
Okay. Can you explain the process if, let's say, there's no waiver for some reason? Maybe the student is homeless or is separated from his parents. Is there any way that the student can graduate if neither there is a form filed by the parent for waiver or any other circumstance to be able to graduate without the form being filled out?
Yes, the principal can provide that waiver if there are extenuating circumstances preventing them from completing the FAFSA, whether it be the parent refusing to turn over tax information, or let's say they're a foster child and they can't even find the parent, the biological parent at all, they would be able to submit the waiver.
But it would be possible that there be complications for the student getting the high school diploma if any circumstance prevented them getting a waiver or fulfilling the requirements of the application, correct?
Well, I trust our school administrators to look at all of these on a case-by-case basis, whether a student is simply refusing to turn in the information or if there are actual legitimate reasons why they can't complete it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman with 22nd, Doug Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Certainly.
Quick question. If the child does not have a guardian, what is the step? Is there anything in the bill that takes care of that?
Well, if they don't have a guardian, then I would assume that they are emancipated of some kind. And I believe there's also language in here that says their guardian or current caretaker. So if, let's say, their grandparents are currently taking care of them, but don't have actual guardianship or they haven't adopted them fully, it also allows their caretaker currently.
So they can sign for the FAFSA?
Yes.
Okay. Speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I support the gentleman's the bill. Really good bill. I think it's great to try to get these kids to fill out this FAFSA before graduating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 43rd, Doug Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend our colleagues from Kanawha and Putnam for the work that they've done on this bill and put into this bill. As a public school teacher myself, especially, I teach mostly 12th graders, so I see this process play out every single year. The great thing about this bill is that we're going to have assistance for these students to fill out the FAFSA, and the amount of work that was put in for the waivers, for extenuating circumstances for students, ensures that this will not be overburdensome. But the important thing to consider about this bill is that this is going to allow them to see the amount of federal funding that's available to them, especially first-generation college students in this state, who it's a daunting process that they're unfamiliar with. If their parents didn't go to college or they don't have somebody in their corner, kind of helping them and guiding them, this will ensure that they're very well aware of the amount of federal funding that can help pay for their college education. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the lady in the 48th, Doug Kimball's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill. Good morning, everyone. This is a bill that is somewhat innocuous at first. I rise in absolute opposition to it. I think that we have to respect our guidance counselors. They are doing a wonderful job in helping our students that want to opt in now. They can do that. What we're saying is you can opt out if we're going to have an automatic opt-in requirement. We can do that already. They can fill out the FAFSA. They can decide for themselves, their families can decide for themselves as to whether or not they want to disclose all of this personal information. I also think that we heard the burden that it may cause some students to have in order to get the waiver, whether or not they have to go to their parent who may be absent. They may have to ask their guardian. They may not have a guardian, and they may just have a custodian. I also think that we need to address the fact that this is actually Big Brother at its worst. I think that families can decide for themselves if they want to disclose all of this personal information and make this data available to probably at least 3 agencies, if not more. So I will be voting red on this bill, and I encourage everyone else to do the same. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 18th, I got Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to have to join my colleague, the gentlelady here. As a parent of a high school student, I don't see what the problem is today. I know that our guidance counselors do a wonderful job making sure that the students are aware of what is available to them, what programs are available to them by requiring this. You know, there are students who might already have plans after school, might have plans to go to trade school or already have a job lined up, whatever the case may be, and now we're putting this requirement to fill out this FAFSA form. And myself, as I'm trying to promote trade schools and different industries outside of higher education, as we're going to need that going forward, I think this pushes forward a burden on our students and on our families. Let's be real, it's not on the students, the families that are going to fill this out. And I know there's a waiver process. I appreciate that from the Vice Chairman. I understand the waiver process, but now you're requiring me to fill out a waiver to not have to fill out a FAFSA form if my child already has a path forward after high school. So I will be opposing this bill as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in 38th, I got Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't want to speak to the bill. With permission, if I could just have one question answered by the Chair of Judiciary, if he would yield.
Chair does yield.
Thank you. So I was trying to ask you this earlier and I ran out of time, but so I'm curious why we're pursuing this mandatory pursuit of getting FAFSAs filled out. I understand that we have a very low rate here of filling them out in the state, but my question to you is, have we tried any other, some kind of alternate path, perhaps an incentive to get our citizens to fill out the FAFSA rather than mandating it?
So HEPC currently already has had a full court press on to try to raise FAFSA applications in the state of West Virginia. Over the last year, it's down 20%. FAFSA is the key, frankly, to unlock any financial aid. It's not just aid that needs to be taken from the federal government, but you cannot qualify for a Pell Grant, you cannot qualify for the Promise Scholarship, you cannot qualify for trade and technical school under SB 1. To accept any dollars, you have to fill out a FAFSA. So the purpose of this bill is to not create any sort of obstacle to graduation. The purpose of this bill is to provide children in West Virginia opportunity that they may not know is there. Frankly, if somebody was looking at college and looking at the level of debt that they might be facing, I think a huge deterrent right now, quite frankly, is that debt. But the reality is, if you fill out a FAFSA, what you might realize is you're going to get a lot of free aid, but you're never going to know that unless you fill out the FAFSA. So that's a little long-winded, but the answer.
No, it answers the question that I had. I would also ask, so we've had a full court press on the fact that you can get free money, and yet our citizens are declining to do so. So my question to you is, if this information has been pushed out to the public, they're aware that they can do it, and they choose not to, so we're going to overrule their private liberty decision to not fill this out and make them do it anyway, because it's for their own good?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think we've not, I mean, there's nothing that is making anybody do anything. There are waivers in this bill. There's appropriate, there's appropriate methods for parents to opt out. There's appropriate methods for principals and circumstances for children that are unable to fill out the forms to opt out of the program. Again, I think there are plenty of avenues to not fill it out. If there's privacy concerns, that's respected under this bill. So again, it's dropped 20% in West Virginia. Louisiana and Texas passed similar laws, and they're seeing massive increases in free money flowing to kids coming from high school that are trying to seek higher education.
And my very last question, because you do bring up a very good point that there's waivers available. In the waiver process, what is the mechanism by which the waiver can be denied? Is that completely left up to the discretion of the people granting the waiver, or are there hard and fast rules about whether you can deny?
There's no denial.
So they can, there's no denial at all. They can, every single one, we're just putting an extra paperwork requirement in there so that anyone who doesn't want to can, whereas if we didn't pass this bill, they just wouldn't have to fill out the paperwork. They get their free choice anyway.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
The gentleman, the 45th, Duncan Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will one of the sponsors please yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. So I remember when I applied for colleges, when I graduated high school, all of them required me to fill out the FAFSA to apply to those colleges. So are there any colleges that don't require that when you apply?
No, I believe all public and private schools in West Virginia, at least the four-year institutions, require you to fill out the FAFSA. I can't speak to all the two-year institutions, but I would certainly encourage them to make that a requirement.
Thank you very much. If I could speak to the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
I don't really see the point in us requiring high school students to fill out the FAFSA to graduate. Sometimes college isn't right for all students, and I feel like if you put the FAFSA out there and it's dangling money in front of somebody, that then they could potentially, if school isn't right for them and they decide they want to take that, it's not right for them, that they might, they could potentially drop out and then they're in debt this money, and I don't like it. I will be opposing the bill. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 39th, Duncan Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman, Vice Chair of Education, please yield? A question. The intent with the bill, I understand, is there, what type of input did you get from school counselors? Were you able to talk to any high school counselors about this?
Yeah, I've spoken with several in my district. They're strong supporters of this bill. Virtually every high school in West Virginia hosts these seminars several times a year to where parents and students can come in and actually fill out the FAFSA in person with the counselors there to support them. It's a very simple process. I think most people in here have probably done it. It takes 15 to 20 minutes. Frankly, I did it on my smartphone when I was a senior.
So the consensus was that, from the counselors, that they were okay with this, that they would support the bill.
All the ones that I spoke with, not a single one told me that they did not like it.
You were able to get us, okay, so it was unanimous, and that was in this area in your district, or is that across the state?
I spoke with the ones in Putnam County, but I did not hear any negative remarks from any counselors, only words of support.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, can I speak to the bill?
Gentleman's recognized.
As a high school teacher myself, and across the 3 decades, actually, I hate to say, but it's been that long, but I see our high school counselors being inundated with requirements for standardized tests, trying to work to do the paperwork for it, and that's why I wanted to ask the question here. If he says they're okay with it, then they're okay with it, but I see a situation I know in my own high school where students just don't have access to a school counselor just for the day-to-day issues and needs and things that we have, and they are dire amongst our general population, just trying to deal with the day, and a school counselor is not available because they're dealing with West test or standardized testing, or in this case, helping students get FAFSA filled out. That's my concern. It's not the intent of this bill, but it is the ramifications, that the fallout that happens day to day. Most schools are just in short supply of the counselors and the job that they need to do to take care of the needs of the student and the day-to-day needs of the home life of these kids. And then the other concern is with the requirement that it be for graduation. And that's my concern. If a student is in a situation they're not taking the initiative to fill this out, I'm not sure if saying, well, then you just can't graduate. And of course, there again, that's a situation that puts back on the administration of that school. How are they going to deal with that student? And I know there again, trying to get students to take standardized tests, we have teachers going out or counselors going out and shuttling kids from home back into the building and offering pizza parties and everything else just to get them to take a standardized test. And of course, this is just another thing that they've got to see to and worry about. So those are the fallouts. You know, I'm torn on this bill. Like I said, the intent is well, but I worry about the consequences and the fallouts to an already overburdened staff that we have in administration and the counseling department. Thank you.
Lady in the third, Douglas Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chair of Education continue to yield, please?
Yes.
Okay, on page 5, line 2 at the bottom, it indicates it's a prerequisite to receiving a high school diploma from a public high school. But then throughout the bill text, it just references high school. So would this be required of students that do not attend public high schools?
No, I believe it is only public high schools. I don't think this would apply at all to private schools.
And only public high schools?
Yes, and I know of several private schools that require this for all graduating seniors. But
Currently they do?
I know of several, but this law specifically only covers public schools.
And the State Department of Ed is not going to extrapolate this and make this be a mandate on private schools?
I don't think that this would apply to them in any way, and I don't see, the intent is certainly not to apply it to private schools, and I don't see how it can be interpreted as doing that.
Because as the gentleman's aware, in the 3rd District, we have a boarding school that would have students that would obviously not be residents of the state of West Virginia, and I realize that their parents would not be residents of the state of West Virginia if the students aren't residents of the state, but it is a concern that we would be placing this, and it could be extrapolated to include our private education.
Well, as it's currently written, it would not apply to a boarding school, private school, any school like that. It would only be traditional public schools.
Thank you.
The gentleman with 62nd, Douglas Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the bill. Simply, I don't feel that we should be putting this burden on the students. If we need to make them aware that these monies are available, perhaps take one day of the instruction time before they graduate and have the teachers go over it or guidance counselors or whatever. But I just don't think we should be laying the burden on the students, especially with they cannot graduate without either filling the waiver out or signing up for the program. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, gentleman 13th, close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share a story of one of the counselors here locally that I spoke with about this bill specifically. She had told me of a student a number of years ago that unfortunately was not destined for higher education, simply because she didn't think that she qualified for any money at all. She thought that a 2-year nursing degree would leave her $100,000 in debt for the rest of her life and make her unable to attend at all. Well, this counselor thankfully was able to sit down with this student and go through and fill out the FAFSA application with her one-on-one. And she looked at the screen at the end of the 20-minute application process, and she saw how much money she was eligible for. And she said, wow, I can do this. I can actually go and get a 2-year nursing degree, and it would cost her nothing. She wouldn't have to take out a loan at all. Every single year before COVID, West Virginia students was leaving $16 million of federal student aid on the table unclaimed. This is money that has already been allocated to West Virginia. Making sure that students get a 2- or 4-year degree is a priority. We definitely want to ensure support for our vocational schools, but at the end of the day, you still need people to get a 2-year and 4-year degree. And that is only possible for impoverished people with federal and state aid. We all know that there's a student debt crisis in this country. More than $1 trillion in federal student loans and private loans still owed by adult workers in this country. This can help with that issue. The chairman of Judiciary made an excellent point that Louisiana and Texas have both already implemented this bill. Within the first 12 months, both states saw an immediate increase in the number of applications of students going to a 2- and 4-year institution. We need a trained and qualified workforce if we want to have a 21st century economy. I support the bill and have done so for the past 2 years simply because it puts money that is needed for these students to get a better education. We have to encourage it, and Mr. Speaker, I encourage passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 42 ayes, 56 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The chair declares the bill lost. Next bill on third reading. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2726.
The gentleman from the 35th, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action 1 day.
Lady in the 49th, ask unanimous consent that action be postponed 1 day. Is there objection? There is no objection. Action will be postponed 1 day. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2792 relating to the expansion of direct access to natural gas service to new customers.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 8th, Douglas Anderson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This proposed bill modifies an act from last year that began allowing new large natural gas users of 100 million cubic feet or more annually to bypass local utilities and the Public Service Commission. These users can contract directly with natural gas producers in West Virginia, but under the condition that the natural gas user pays for at least 100 million cubic feet of gas during each full calendar year. This bill changes that. It expands on last year's bill by allowing new customers and any existing customers who project an increase in their usage in the amount of 25 million cubic feet of natural gas per year or more to contract directly with natural gas producers. All existing users, unless they project a large increase, will continue to be regulated by the Public Service Commission. The condition requiring the natural gas user to pay for at least 100 million cubic feet of gas during each year is lowered to 25 million cubic feet of natural gas per year. Finally, the bill requires the Public Service Commission to promulgate rules to implement the provisions. I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 94 ayes, 2 nays, and 4 members absent or not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. Clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2792 relating to the expansion of direct access to natural gas service for new customers.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2953 to clarify that counties can hire firefighters as paid staff and to modify the existing procedures to include a procedure of public hearing to commission a vote.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. The bill clarifies that counties can hire firefighters as paid staff, and it acts to modify the existing procedures to include a procedure for amending fire fees for counties by allowing a county commission to call for a referendum. It's a summarization of the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2953 to clarify that counties can hire firefighters as paid staff and to modify the existing procedures to include a procedure of public hearing to commission a vote.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3107, declaring that post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosed by a licensed psychiatrist is a compensatable occupational disease for first responders.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to allow workers' compensation benefits for first responders diagnosed with PTSD resulting from an event that occurred during their employment. This bill adds language allowing first responders with this diagnosis and who can prove an on-the-job event triggered this condition to collect workers' compensation. Treatment can be conducted by other licensed mental health professionals once the initial diagnosis has been made by a psychiatrist. Crucially, benefits for a PTSD diagnosis made under this section are contingent upon the employer electing to provide coverage for PTSD from its workers' compensation employment or its workers' compensation insurance carrier, or to provide it through its self-insurance program, whichever is applicable. That's the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the voting is still open. Now the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2950. House Bill 3107, declaring that post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosed by a licensed psychiatrist is a compensatable occupational disease for first responders.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3137 to accelerate the conversion of the transfer tax on the privilege of transferring real property from a state excise tax to a county excise tax.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 63rd, Delegate Hardy, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill, the bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the tax imposed on privilege of transferring real property. Current code requires 10% of this tax to be retained by the county in which it is paid each year beginning July 1, 2021, and an additional 10% each year after that until the entire tax is retained by the county. This bill would accelerate this by requiring 30% to be retained in 2022, 30% in 2023, and 30% in 2024, so the entire tax is retained by the counties beginning July 1, 2024. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3137 to accelerate the conversion of the transfer tax on the privilege of transferring real property from a state excise tax to a county excise tax.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3191, requiring employers to send certain notifications when retirements are hired as temporary part-time employees.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Chris, to explain the bill.
Good afternoon. This bill will amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code providing for public employees retirement system and the teachers retirement system. It would require the employers who employ a retirant from either system on a temporary, part-time basis, or if in such employment will be negative impact to the retirant's retired status or benefits. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3191, requiring employers to send certain notifications when restraints are hired as temporary part-time employees.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3231, public utilities not required to pay interest on security deposits.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill amends the code to explicitly permit public utilities to collect and hold a security deposit in accordance with this statute and the rules established by the Commission. It further provides that there is no interest payable on any security deposits when a deposit is, after 18 months, either 1, applied to the customer's account, or 2, returned to the customer. That's it. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 92 ayes, 6 nays, 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3231, public utilities not required to pay interest on security deposits.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3293, relating to single-sex participation in interscholastic athletic events.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute provides that for the purposes of participating in single-sex secondary school interscholastic athletic events under the control, supervision, and regulation of the SSAC, that each county school district shall confirm that the sex of the pupil identified on the pupil's original birth certificate be provided upon his or her admission to public school is the pupil's sex at the time of birth. Now, if an original birth certificate was not provided, or if the birth certificate provided does not indicate the pupil's sex at the time of birth, a signed physician statement indicating the pupil's sex based solely on the pupil's unaltered internal and external reproductive anatomy must be submitted prior to a pupil's participation in single-sex secondary school interscholastic athletic events. So prior to a student's participation in single-sex secondary school interscholastic athletic events, the SSAC must verify with each county board that each student participating in the single-sex interscholastic events is participating according to the student's sex at the time of birth. Now, this requirement does not apply to coeducational secondary school interscholastic athletic events. In addition, this does not apply to elementary school or to higher education participation. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 3rd, Douglas Fluharty, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So, you've heard, I'm sure you took some testimony up there in committee. Did you have any testimony of the number of complaints the SSAC has received regarding anybody taking advantage of the single-sex sports system we currently have?
Not in West Virginia.
So not a single complaint received in West Virginia?
Not at this point in time.
Well, was there any testimony they anticipated having complaints in the future?
There have been in other states.
In other states, and how many have there been?
I don't have that number in front
You
of
don't
me.
have that data? So can you tell me how many in Ohio, for example?
I
Neighboring
don't have
state?
that, no. I do know that a number of states have adopted similar rules. I think there were 27 states that
Rules?
we're looking at,
Laws?
or the same type, similar type of legislation.
Okay, let's get to that. First off, you mentioned it doesn't apply to grade schools, I believe, correct?
This bill does not look at elementary school participation.
Okay. At what grade would this be enforced?
This would be secondary school.
Okay. So at what age are we talking? Is that 6th grade?
That would probably be from 6th on the 12th.
Okay, so we're talking about at 6th grade, what are you, 11 years old at that point in time?
Thereabouts.
So thereabouts 11, this would apply to 11-year-olds. Thereabout.
If they're in secondary school.
Okay, let's talk about how that currently works now. I pulled the form that's currently used for athletic participation per the SSAC. And individuals can be examined, and the goal of that examination, I think you would agree with me as a physician, is to find out if that person is physically fit for athletic competition. Are you familiar with how these exams work?
I have performed some of them in the past.
That was my next question. So you've performed these exams in the past, and there's criteria for it. It includes screening, the abdomen, respiratory, cardiovascular issues. Would you agree with me the goal of the current physical exam is to make sure the individual is going to safely participate in sports, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And there is, through the screening process as a physician, you're checking for things to make sure that individual will safely participate and there's no risk, and that the examination you're doing and the questions you're asking, there's a medical goal at the end of the day for each step, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. What is the medical goal of identifying whether somebody has an unaltered internal or external reproductive anatomy?
The medical goal on this bill is just stating that they do not have their gender assigned on their birth certificate, that one would have to be provided by a physician statement.
Well, but through that process, you're not discovering whether they can actually participate safely in sports. You're just discovering their anatomy based upon whether they have unaltered internal or external reproductive anatomy, right?
That's what this bill is stating.
Okay, so there's no actual medical benefit to this exam going this next level, is there?
I would disagree with that.
Okay, why? Tell me how.
Why? Because if you have an individual that may have different characteristics that makes their abilities stronger or physically stronger, or their habitus is different, that maybe that might affect injury to other participating students in the same sport.
So you're worried about other individuals playing the sport. Of course, we're not actually worried about it because you didn't have a single reference you could cite for me.
That's why
of it
the
taking place.
single-sex interscholastic activities are based on gender. As far as if it's with girls versus boys, it's separate. As far as putting a boy that might be a lot stronger competing against a girl and injuring the girl.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
I've been practicing medicine for about 30-something years.
How many of these exams do you believe you've done in those 30-some years?
As far as physical exams for sports?
Sure.
Several years I did that, but not recently.
Okay, several years. So through the course of your 30-some years as a doctor, have you ever had any issue with somebody you've examined going on and playing sports and injuring another person and coming back and you had the issue whether you should have maybe checked their anatomy a little better?
When you do a physical exam, you check an anatomy. If you're looking at the genitalia, that's a different thing.
Okay, well, this requires checking for unaltered internal anatomy. Do you do that currently?
You can do that hormonally.
You can do it hormonally. Do you do it currently?
I haven't had to do that for sports physicals, but I have done that for other exams.
Okay, so in your 30-some years of practicing medicine and during that time providing physical examinations for sports, you've never had to check the internal organs?
Not for sports physicals.
Okay, but you would under this bill, right? If there's no birth certificate?
If I was the one that had to attest to the gender of the individual.
Okay, so under current law, that's not taking place. But after we pass this today, you as a doctor would now be checking the internal organs to make sure they're unaltered.
No, that's not what this bill is saying.
Well, excuse me?
The bill is saying that if someone wants to prove what their gender is without their birth certificate, that they would have to have proof from a physician. That's not necessarily during the sports physical.
But let's talk about that proof that's required. It's not currently required under law, okay? If there's no birth certificate, the proof now required is for you, the physician, to check for unaltered internal and external reproductive anatomy.
It's not necessarily for me. It could be for whatever physician they want.
Okay, for any physician. Okay, if we're going to play games like that.
I mean, they mostly have pediatricians and stuff that already know their anatomy.
The point is, doctor, the point is, under current practice, you're not going around checking for the internal organs as part of an examination related to anything SSAC related for sports, are you?
Internal organs can be checked, yes. If you think there's something cardiovascular.
Is there a requirement?
Yes, there is. If there's a cardiovascular problem, you refer them to a specialist for echoes or other workup.
But it's not currently a requirement as it would be.
If you feel that they're
law.
not medically competent to be able to participate, if there's risk of injury to them, you refer them to something else and you deny their ability to participate.
How exactly do you check whether pupils, an 11-year-old potentially, an 11-year-old, whether they have unaltered internal reproductive anatomy? Explain that process for us.
They would have exams by their provider.
Oh, I want to know what the exam's like. Tell me.
I don't think that's in the purview of what I'm trying to discuss here. I mean, I've done internal exams on people before in my practice that all vary in different ages.
All right, thanks for,
I mean,
thanks for your
I don't
time.
know if that's pertinent to this part.
Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
You can have a seat too. I'm done.
The gentleman did not sustain the point of order, so the gentleman from the third is still recognized.
Briefly to the bill, you could tell that he was uncomfortable answering the questions about the actual exam. Imagine how uncomfortable it's going to be for an 11-year-old who's subjected to it. You know, we had this bill on Friday. I thought about it all weekend, fired up over it. Because, you know, I was raised in a way that if somebody's being bullied, you have a decision you can make. You could support the bully, you could take up for the person being bullied, or you can remain silent and let it go. I'm not going to do that today. I would urge you not to do that today because as of right now, with this legislation, we are the bully. We are the bully against kids, 11-year-olds, picking on kids who are already suffering enough, struggling to get by just to be themselves. And because what we do now, We govern in these extremes. People make some Facebook posts, and then you guys run out and print a bill. That's what we do. We govern by Facebook commentary. It's sad. It doesn't make any sense. I know this is going to pass because you're more concerned with the re-election campaign than you are the real effects on children in this state. I don't get it. I mean, just read this. They have to check whether the people's unaltered internal and external reproductive anatomy has to be submitted before participation. No evidence that it's an issue anywhere, really. No, it's certainly not an issue in West Virginia. No evidence of it. He couldn't even go through the exam process in detail because he was that uncomfortable with telling us what the details are. So I'm voting no. It's an easy no vote for me because I'm not going to be the bully. I'm not going to allow the bully to continue to bully kids in silence. I'm just not going to do it. It's absurd. And I think that's how West Virginians were raised, to take up for kids who are being bullied. This does the exact opposite. I'm voting no.
The gentleman from the 10th, Doug Conley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate the law that's been presented here, the bill that's been presented here, I should say. And it's a verification of a law that's already on the books. And let me just, if you may bear with me, read from that book and read to you that law. It's King James Version, Genesis chapter 1, starting with verse 26. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all of the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female.
A point of order is raised. The gentleman will state the point.
Talk about the bill, please. This
I'm
is
sorry?
not related to the bill. It's not related to the bill. He's not there now.
Let's go ahead and get to it. Jim.
Mine is, God created a man and a woman. To believe that there is a man that thinks they should be a woman, or a woman that thinks they should be a man, is saying that my God made a mistake. And I've got news for all of you. My God does not make a mistake. So the bottom line is, if you're born a boy, a male, you're a male until you die. If you're born a female, you're a female until you die. So it's only fair that if you're born a male, you compete in male sports. If you're born a female, it's only fair that you compete in a female sport. So therefore, I absolutely support this bill 100%, and I would certainly urge everybody else in here to do the same.
The gentleman from the 16th, Doug Hornbuckle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman of education please yield? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. In regards to football, whether it be middle school or high school, if there is not a girls' team, are girls permitted to play on the football team?
Under Title IX, they are allowed to, but there are inherent risks to injury, and they accept those risks.
But they are allowed to play?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Garcia, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each of us, when we put our name on a ballot, first question we were asked is, why do you want to go to Charleston? Yeah, I didn't come to Charleston to create problems where they don't exist. We've heard that there's no complaints about this in the state of West Virginia, about this issue, about some type of advantage, competitive advantage that individuals, that kids are making this decision just so they could do better at sports. That's not happening. But we are creating a problem. You know, I've talked to a lot of people, and last week was talking to somebody about infrastructure, and they said, infrastructure, who cares? How can I stay in a state like West Virginia when you pass bills like this, when you take up bills like this? How can we get our young people to stay, and how can we ever attract somebody to our state? You know, I didn't come to Charleston to legalize or legitimize unwanted childhood sexual assault. That is what this is. That's absolutely what this is, along with a psychological attack, an emotional attack on some of our most vulnerable people in the state of West Virginia. You know, the gentleman from the 3rd said, unaltered internal and external reproductive anatomy. That type of examination, that's what we're talking about. That's what, relating to single-sex participation. No. Relating to legalizing a form of childhood assault. That's what we're doing. That's what this bill does. That should make you uncomfortable. That should make you angry. I know it makes me angry. Because these are children. These are children. And they live in a harsh world, a cruel world. You know, 1 in 3 transgender kids attempt to commit suicide. Did you know that? That was from a letter that we received from the American Academy of Pediatrics that you have on your desk. So I did not come to Charleston to take any action that would make it more likely that anybody who is considering whether or not this life is worth living anymore, to push them over the edge. I got an email last Friday after we had our Judiciary Committee meeting from somebody who works with a number of LGBTQ plus young people. And she was talking about how it had been a struggle to engage them in this legislative session. And she said in her email, she said, they care about this bill, but I've not dared to suggest they follow any of the video or audio discussions out of fear for what they might hear their own representatives say about them. Kind of like what we just heard from the gentleman from the 10th. I mean, do you know that, 2% of people actually have both reproductive organs? So I don't expect that I'm going to change anybody's mind in here, but I do have the opportunity to speak to those children that are listening. And I would just say this, every child is a beautiful creature of God. And yes, created in God's image. And beautiful exactly as they are. Regardless of what anybody thinks that they should be like, regardless of whether anybody understands, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I came to Charleston to do good. I came to Charleston to solve problems. I came to Charleston to protect others. I came to Charleston to speak out against what I see as wrong. And if that means that I don't get to come back to Charleston, then so be it.
Gentlelady from the 51st, Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the Chairman of Education please yield?
Gentleman yields.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell me how many elementary students we have that are transgender in the state?
I can't tell you how many in this state. I can give you general numbers that I have on transgender.
No, that's okay, sir. I just want it in this state. Thank you. Do you know how many secondary transgender students?
I do not have a breakdown on that. I just have 0.7% of U.S. teenagers
That's fine.
are transgender teens.
I appreciate you. I don't mean to cut you off. Just bear with me as I bear with you. So do you know how many students that this bill would affect if you can't tell me those numbers?
I don't, and I don't think you can
in
either.
West Virginia. Okay.
Gentleman may state his point of order.
The chair of education has yielded to questions. I think he should have an opportunity to answer the questions before proceeding to the next question. Thank you.
Gentleman's point is well taken too, lady. If you ask a question, please allow the gentleman to answer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, no disrespect at all, but if I'm asking for a certain state, could you just say you don't know and we can proceed? Because I have a list of questions. Thank you. Is there any other medical injury or diagnosis that can occur with someone that may cause for an internal or external genitalia to be altered, besides if they choose to be, besides going through the transgender surgeries?
If you're saying that they choose
No,
gender-corrective surgery, then
Are there any other medical diagnoses that may cause external or internal body organs to be changed?
not to be changed, but could be ambiguous, then there are
Okay.
genetic disorders, yes.
So they are genetic disorders.
Yes.
So if someone was doing this examination, that would need to, it could be an assumption that maybe this was a procedure?
No, if at birth, if there was ambiguous genitalia, they would do a karyotype to determine what their gender is, or if there was some other genetic issue such as Turner's or Klinefelter syndromes, for example.
Can you give us some examples of altered internal or external reproductive?
Well, altered would be if they're on medications as far as internal. External would be corrective surgeries.
So when you speak about corrective surgeries, so maybe breast removal if that person
Someone would have had,
cancer?
if they had that, then yes, but there would be a provider that could attest to that surgery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I speak to the bill, Speaker Pro Tem?
John Lay may proceed.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Colleagues, we just debated freedom on FAFSA. Same difference. I'm not the parent. I don't have a child who is transgender. And not all of us practice the same religion. And we need to be mindful of that when we share our truths respectfully. But what is so disheartening about this bill is that a child can play a sport until they get to secondary education, where their classmates may not see their differences at all, where that child may not have been bullied before. We're opening up an opportunity. This flag sits on my desk for all the children and adults who are thankful to be alive, and for those who have died. Transgender people, especially transgender Black people, are killed at high numbers. If we're going to talk about the rules and the respect in the good book, let's think about those individuals. If we're going to pass judgment, and this is your truth and this is your conviction, what are we saying to the children? This is not about adults. This is about children. Those numbers couldn't be answered, but I have them. 1.0% of West Virginians aged 13 to 17 years old identify as transgender. 1%. And that's 1% that we're not going to allow in team sports, where we build team leadership and we build a bond and we build athleticism. And we tell them right here at secondary education, you don't matter. You're not good enough. Once again, I have to go back to when I went through my first year being here, because we had a lot of truths today, and it shakes my soul. You call them butch. You call them the F word. You call them creatures. You call them a disgrace of God. You call them demons. You call them the devil. Well, guess what I call them? Love. I call them children. I call them future leaders. I call them trendsetters. I call them change makers. I call them to lead. I call them to use their voices. I call them to speak their pain. And I sit uncomfortable in those moments so they can have their own movement. Who is this bill helping? And who is it hurting? West Virginia, a place to live, work, raise a family if you choose. Only if you're not transgender. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Gentleman from the 43rd, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Education yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you are an OBGYN by practice, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell me, after conception, when do sex organs develop on a fetus? Or when do they start developing?
They start immediately as far as their genetics.
Okay. So within like 7 to 12 weeks, they should be really kind of mostly somewhat formed to an extent.
12 weeks, the genetics is there, different features over the course of their normal 40-week gestation develop.
Okay. When does the brain start really developing and the higher functioning level of the brain start developing?
As they get much older, when they're out.
Okay. So would it be correct to say that your sex organs are developing before your brain, higher function levels of your brain?
Well, sex organs develop more during puberty.
Okay, yes, true, but like I'm talking about solely in utero, like whenever they're...
You're talking about external characteristics?
Yes.
Well, there are external characteristics at birth, so they develop in utero.
Okay.
But the secondary sex characteristics develop during puberty.
Okay. And then I had a couple questions too. Was the WVSSAC contacted about any of this? Because I know in committee we didn't have a rep, because I did have some questions for him, but we never...
Yes, they were contacted, and as was stated during the committee meeting when you asked about that, they were over on our Senate colleagues' side. But yes, they were contacted, and they responded that they abide by Title IX regulations for the school system.
But I also wanted to ask them, I don't know, maybe if you heard, have they heard of any complaints across the state of anyone, saying that this is a major problem they're facing in their schools, this is something that's really happening, and it's just causing a big problem?
No, you'd have to ask them more specifically, but no, they did not point that out to us.
Okay. And in the bill, it says that it's based on your birth certificate. Who authorizes birth certificates? It's the state you were born in, right? So if you're born in West Virginia basically, has authority over your birth certificates. If you're born in Ohio, the county or city in which you're born, they'll have the control of your birth certificate, correct?
Birth certificate's filled out at the time of birth, and it's authorized at the hospital or facility where that happens by the provider that delivered the person.
So in West Virginia, if a person would change their birth certificate to have their name altered to their new chosen name and their gender through a court order, a court decision, despite the fact that that has been changed, they would still have to play on the sport of their birth that they were assigned or their gender assigned at birth. Is that correct?
They would have to, with this bill, they would have to abide by what their gender was at birth.
Even if their birth certificate has been changed to reflect their new?
Well, apparently West Virginia does not allow birth certificates to be amended on the basis of sex alone.
Are you 100% sure on that?
That's what council has here. They have a West Virginia Supreme Court ruling on July 18, 2020, ruled that the code section in 16525, which allows a birth certificate to be amended, does not authorize the sex on the birth certificate to be changed.
So even a court order, you're saying, would not allow the birth certificate to be changed?
Well, a court order can change that, but not by West Virginia code for the original birth certificate.
Okay. I have no further questions, but to speak on the bill now.
Gentleman may proceed.
So here we are again. We here in Charleston, we've had a lot of, we have bills that all affect us differently. Some of us are, doctors. Some of us are teachers. Some of us are insurance salesmen. Some of us, we come from different industries, and we deal with different bills that affect those industries. But a few of us, well, the vast majority of us actually, have never had to have bills that address who you are as a person, who you love, how you identify. I have for the past 3 years. I haven't had that privilege. As my friend mentioned, West Virginia has 1%. That's the highest rate of transgender students in this country. And then you look at the demographics. I love demographics. I start looking at that stuff and analyzing it. And I look at it, and you start seeing that number, that percentage drop off significantly when they turn 18. Why? Why is because they move away. Because we enshrine transphobic language into laws. They're not respected. They want to go somewhere where they feel safe, welcomed, loved, just left alone to live their lives. And I'm personally appalled and disgusted that a little girl could potentially have to show a stranger her genitalia to prove what sex organs she has. Would you feel comfortable with your daughter, whether they are transgender or not, be subjected to that? Because I wouldn't. It's disgusting. We've heard some other testimony, too, of, this is about fairness, to ensure that, there's no people assigned male at birth are playing in female sports and they have a better advantage. And they're going to be stronger just because they're born a male. I don't believe that. This isn't about that. This isn't about fairness. This isn't about health. This isn't about safety. This is about putting those most at-risk students, those most at-risk kids who are already dealing with something so traumatizing, and telling them, you can't play the sport. I know how this is going to go too, but to be honest, I didn't come to Charleston. When I was campaigning, I didn't come here. I didn't ask people. People weren't asking me, hey, Cody, please put some bills on in the law that are going to restrict rights for the LGBTQ plus movement. Please, that's what I really want. They were asking, hey, Cody, bring us some jobs. We need some jobs, some good careers. Let's fix our roads. Let's build our roads. Let's finish Corridor H and the Coldfields Expressway. Let's fix our health care. Let's fix PEIA. Not one person has ever asked me for legislation even similar to this. But here we are. With that being said, I urge rejection of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 36th, Delegate Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Education yield once again, please?
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Just have a few questions for you. Now, with regards to the part about an examination being performed, it only applies if an original birth certificate was not provided, or if the birth certificate provided does not indicate the pupil's sex at the time of birth. Is that right?
That is what is in the bill.
And to the best of your knowledge, are secondary school interscholastic athletics voluntary? They
Yes,
are voluntary,
Yes.
right? Okay. And so based on this, we're not requiring that every single student undergo an examination like this, right?
No, they just give they have to present their current code. They have to present their birth certificate when they enter the school system.
Okay.
And typically you'll have the gender on that at the time of birth, so that's usually not an issue. Now, if they come in and they don't have a birth certificate, if they want to participate in interscholastic sports, then they have to give evidence of what their gender was at the time of birth. And that would be from their provider that has probably seen them many times before.
So it's fair to say that this provision would only apply in a very, very, very limited number of situations. And if it does apply, the examination would be voluntary.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from the 35th, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chair of Education continue to yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I've got a couple, I'm going to jump around a little bit. Okay, so this was an originating bill in education.
Yes, it was.
Okay, was there a stakeholders meeting for the purpose of the bill?
There are stakeholders, I guess, citizens of West Virginia.
But you didn't have any meetings with like the SSAC or any sort of transgender groups?
I didn't.
Okay. And did this bill go through the Health Committee? Because it sounds like it's a lot about health.
No, it didn't go through health. It was originated in education.
Was there a second reference?
No.
Okay. And, it went to judiciary?
Let me correct myself. No, it went to judiciary.
Okay, thank you.
Second reference. My apology.
No problem. I'm not on either of those committees, so some of this has probably already been asked by people in those committees. Would you agree that this bill is about participation and eligibility?
Yes.
So why is it not in a rule?
We haven't developed the rule yet.
So is this for a rule, or is this?
There are rules as far as participation in sports already. This is This bill would be amending that.
How would this amend the rule?
It would state that you have to be in the gender that you were assigned at birth to participate in a single-sex interscholastic sport
But isn't this
in
code?
secondary schools.
I mean, we're changing code, not the rule.
Yeah, but the SSAC would have their rules for that, yeah.
Okay, and within the rule, so are you familiar with 127 CSR2, which is the eligibility rule?
I don't have it in front of me, but I'll take your word on what you have on it.
Okay, and it says when the rule, there will be a waiver granted when the rule causes extreme and undue hardship upon the student. So would there be a waiver if this would cause an undue hardship on anybody?
That's what the school system has. That's what they will probably abide by.
Good to hear. Okay, it also, I'm wondering what sports this applies to, because like my friend from the 16th asked, there are some sports, and that's in this rule too, that are everybody.
This is single-sex sports. Coeducational sports are exempted from it.
Okay. I mean, what if the sports aren't coeducational? The rule says that if they're not, like if one school only has a sport for boys, then girls are allowed to play. So is that considered co-ed then, like football or wrestling?
Well, if a female participated on the boys' team, then I guess it makes it co-ed. But that's what Title IX requires, that if there is no female team, then they are allowed to play on the male team.
Okay, and
that's not necessarily true the other way around.
Okay. Would this affect that at all?
No, it just says whatever gender they've designated as, they get to play on that team. So it doesn't prohibit them from participating on a team. If it's a coeducational team, they can play on any team.
Okay. So back to the birth certificate stuff that you and my friend over here were just chatting about. You said it's just an original birth certificate that has to be provided?
Birth certificate at birth, yeah. The original birth certificate at birth is what this mandates.
Do we let kids participate in sports if they've changed their name on their birth certificate? Maybe if they've been adopted or just changed their name for whatever reason?
I'm sure they do.
So that's allowed? We're just worried about their genitals?
It's allowed as far as if they change their name or other conditions. Just this bill is just stating that it's by the agenda that it was assigned to them at birth.
Okay. And it seems like if you don't have your birth certificate, which is in the bill but unchanged, you can get an affidavit explaining the ineligibility. So there are students that go into the school system without a birth certificate, right?
I'm sure there are.
Okay, so they would not necessarily have that on hand. And it sounds like that this is going to apply to anybody who doesn't have their birth certificate on hand. So anybody who maybe filled out that affidavit or lost their birth certificate throughout time?
If they wanted to participate in single-sex athletics.
Okay, so like lots of foster kids might not have that kind of stuff, right? So anybody who doesn't have their birth certificate is going to have to get a genital check to play sports, single-sex sports?
They would have to have their provider attest to what their gender was.
Okay. And I'm really confused how this bill fits in with the WSSAC beliefs and objectives that are on their website.
Their objectives, I believe, is to have provide sports or activities for the students in a safe manner.
Yeah, it says the commission seeks to present proper ideals of sportsmanship so that coaches, players, authorities, officials, and spectators may combine to any activity enjoyable and productive of physical and social benefits to both sides involved in the contest, with partisanship and prejudice eliminated as far as possible.
You have it there. I'll take your word on that. Don't disagree.
Okay, thank you. Permission to speak to the bill?
Lady may proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think that this bill is all about partisanship and prejudice. We're not eliminating it. We're putting more in. I think it's full of bigotry, and I don't support it. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 47th, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like most issues we have in here, this engenders a lot of emotion on both sides, and I get a little emotional about this. last night, a young lady that I love very much had a breakout game in girls basketball and scored 19 points. And I've watched her work to earn her spot on that team and work to earn her playing time on the court. And I know what she puts into it. She is going to the gym every day. She's out running in the rain and the cold and the heat. And it means a lot to her. And so I was feeling very proud last night. And but then I got to thinking about this bill. And I sat down and did a little research and came up with the 100-meter dash women's world record holder is Florence Griffith Joyner of the United States. She set that in 1988 at a time of 10.49 seconds. That was eclipsed in 1989 by James Jett in 10.34 seconds. She also set the 200-meter record in 1988 at the Summer Olympics, and I'm old enough to remember that. Her time on that was 21.34. That was eclipsed in 2013 by Dante Price at a time of 21.10. The current world record holder in the high jump is Stefka Kostadinova, probably mangled that, of Bulgaria. And her record set in 1987 is 6 foot 10 1/4 inches, the longest held record in the event. It was beaten in 1998 by Nathan Fields with 7 foot 3 inches. And finally, the current female record holder in the mile is Safan Hassan, who in July of 2019 set a new record at 4 minutes, 12.33 seconds. That record was surpassed in 2011 with a time of 4 minutes, 8.8 seconds in the 1600 meter by Jacob Burcham. And as we think about this, instead of feeling about it, we need to realize that there are innate physiological advantages for males. And that's why we have unisex sports and we have girls playing basketball and boys playing basketball instead of together, because it's not a fair competitive floor. And then I come in here today and we find this paper on our desk, part of which says, the vast majority of the people this law will harm are school kids who just want to play on a sports team. And I absolutely agree with that. That's 100% true. But it's going to harm all the kids playing on that sports team. It finishes up, it tries to address a problem that does not threaten anyone. And I don't agree with that, because it does threaten the kids that, like the young lady I love so much, work incredibly hard to get their spot on the team, to get their playing time on the court, and for many of them to get a college scholarship and further their education. And we are seeing cases around the country of girls' records being decimated by biological males who come in and wipe the record books clean and totally dominate competition. And I know we've had some alternate feelings on that, but as long as we're thinking about this instead of feeling, I'll go back to all those records I read off. Those are women's current world records, the fastest woman in the world in 3 different sports and better in the high jump. The records that I listed off that beat them weren't Olympians, they weren't professional athletes. Those were the boys' high school records in West Virginia. So if you think it's fair competition, you need to go back and tell that little girl that I love why she's got to compete against a biological male. I'll be voting for the bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on here today. There's a lot being said. Now, I really relate to the message and the great words by the gentlemen from the 50th and the 3rd. Now, I know there's also some people in this body that relate to the words of the gentleman from the 47th and the 10th. But on this issue, I'm going to urge all of you, all of us, no matter what side you're on, to put the emotions on the table and to embody who all of us are, which are lawmakers. We're lawmakers. Now, I want to share with this body that in the summer of 2020, Trump appointee Justice Gorsuch wrote the Bostock opinion. And in that Bostock opinion, it talks about discrimination based on gender identity violates federal law in regards to employment. Well, with that, the Fourth Circuit, which we here in West Virginia are included in, they applied that to Virginia's bathroom bill, which was struck down. So I would invite this body to understand that there is precedent here, and upon passage of this bill potentially, it's not even going to cut the mustard. We're looking for a problem, yet again. I would also implore our body about the good back and forth between myself and the chairman of education and also the gentlelady from the 35th, and speaking about Title IX issues. And if there is a football team and there isn't a girls' football team, could the girl play on it? And she could. And the chairman also said that that young lady would also assume the inherent risks that come with that. Now that could also go either way. Now in this case here, if we were to have a transgender child in this state and they were denied the right to participate, again, we're asking for a lawsuit. We're asking for extended litigation. Now that might not seem like much on the surface, but what we're going at here is we're going to hurt all the children involved. Understand, we're going to hurt all the children involved, not just the LGBTQ plus community youth. Again, I want to stress the word youth, but the ones who are not a part of that community. Because there could be potential suspensions of the season, championships could be vacated, again, ongoing litigation. It could really hurt all of our youth. So I think we need to slow down here and understand, regardless of how you feel personally about this situation, legally, we're asking for a battle, and we're no longer going to be lawmakers, we're going to be lawbreakers. So I would urge you all to take your time and vote this bill down. Thank you.
Gentlelady from the 4th, Delegate Zukoff.
Maybe I should take that as a sign I'm not supposed to speak, but I'm not going to. Will the Chair of Education yield for a few questions?
Yes, ma'am.
We haven't had this issue come up in West Virginia, but if it did come up prior to this law being enacted, how would it be handled?
Probably by what we're doing now.
They wouldn't make a child sit out. I'm anticipating that they wouldn't make a child sit out until we met next year.
Right.
Who would come up? Who would make that decision now if this came up without the bill that we have before us?
It would probably just be made on an individual basis by the school.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that there are some children who are born with both hormones and both sex organs at birth.
Well, I said ambiguous.
Right,
yeah.
And very small group. What would happen? How does that work about determining the gender at birth and on the birth certificate?
You could get their karyotype, which is their genetics.
Okay.
And then you would assign a birth based on what they were at that time on the birth certificate.
Okay, and you said that sex organs continue to flourish at puberty. Well, what if that changed?
That's secondary sex characteristics at puberty.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to understand, this is all new to me. Like many of you on this floor, when I first saw this bill, I have to tell you that I was thinking that, man, it wouldn't be fair for girls to have to participate against boys. And then I did my research, as you all know that I love to do. I want you to know that we heard during committee that the West Virginia Department of Education and the SSEC have not received one issue, not one concern about this matter. I called my local school district and I asked them, do we have many transgendered students? Because like many of you, I simply have never had, other than one person who's a city councilman city council lady who I dearly love in the city of Wheeling, who is a transgendered person. I've never had contact with a transgender person before. I had to educate myself about that. Now my children and my niece, who's a sophomore at WVU, had a lot to tell me because they accept those children for who they are. We talked about the bills in this, that we don't have, that this is really, I think, a solution looking for a problem. One of many of the bills we've had this year. 16 states provide allowing transgender students to participate in high school sports without requiring medical proof. 10 states provide no guidance at all and allow schools to set their own requirements. We used to be all about local control in this building. That's changed. We have 3 states, Indiana, Kentucky, and Louisiana, that require gender confirmation surgery before they're allowed to play sports. And the rest of the states are all contemplating what to do about this. So at this point, we know what other states have done. We have those options. So again, this is a solution looking for a solution bill looking for a problem. Now I'm going to take my legislative hat off for a minute. I want to talk to you as a mother of 2 daughters. 2 daughters who were exceptional athletes, like my friend talked about being his daughter's basketball. My oldest daughter was all-state in 2 sports for 2 years. She was an outstanding basketball point guard and an outstanding pitcher in softball. We traveled all around the country watching her play. I spent 25 years of my life following my girls around to sport events. My youngest daughter is a swimmer, made states every year, her freshman year through her senior year, and she swam collegiately. So when I talk about girls' sports, it's something I know a little bit about. And I can tell you that my daughter's participation in sports were because they loved it. With every essence of their being, they loved competing. They loved being on a team. They loved the camaraderie. They learned to cheer for each other. They really put their heart and soul into it because that's what they loved. And we're going to, in this state, allow transgendered students to participate in sports. And I don't know about you guys, we start kitty kick and soccer at my area at 3 years old. We start t-ball at 3 years old. We're pretty sports oriented in the Northern Panhandle. So these children are participating by how they identify until they get to middle school. So the students the children that are their friends, the children that they've been playing with have been playing with them their entire life if they're really into sports, right? And then we're going to tell these transgender students who love to play sports, just like all of our children do, that you can no longer participate if you want to continue to play with your friends. Is that really the goal? Is that what we want to do as a legislature? Because I can tell you as a mother, I find that very difficult. And for those very reasons, I'll be voting against this bill, and I would urge you to search your soul and do the same. Thank you.
Gentlelady from the 24th, Delegate Mazzocchi.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is not about freedom. This is about protection, to protect our little girls that are in school. I don't mind everybody playing together in a league if there's the parents there and the parents can take care of their children, can watch them. That is all beautiful. But in school, at that age, when they start at 11 or 12, 13, they are at a very important age, and they feel as a girl, they feel very conscious about their bodies. Not to say that those transgender children are not. But to be honest, I don't want all this mixing and matching and whatever in in these locker rooms. I'm sorry. There is no adult there to supervise. I don't want all this, whatever you're saying there. You're making a big problem out of nothing. I am sorry, this is not, we have boys and we have girls, and we have some that are somewhere in between, and it's a very small minority. And why are we making this a big, huge deal? It is not a big, huge deal. Everybody can play in a league. If you have ever played soccer, and I'm telling you, we have my family brought soccer into Logan County. And my little girl played with the boys and played against the boys. And we had one Sunday where the mamas played against the kids. And I'm telling you, I wanted to play. And I did, because I did when Marco was small. All the mamas played against the 5-year-old boys. And we mamas could only win because we had a 14-year-old boy getting in our team. But when Mara was 12 and 13, and she is playing against the boys, those boys are too big, too powerful, because they knocked me off. I was out, okay? But I wanted to play. But our children in our school, they have no say-so. I don't want them to be exposed to something that should not even be here. So I support this bill, and I want to end this discussion because it's sickening. I'm sorry. Everybody is a human being, but don't bring it up that we are calling your names. No one would call someone a name. And I appreciate all your effort, and I want you to support this because we need to protect our little girls.
Gentleman from the 36th, Delegate Barrick.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman of the Education Committee yield for a couple of questions?
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Didn't mean to make you get up again.
Oh, you're good. I need the exercise.
We've had a lot of questions about this. I might have missed this one, but I'm just trying to figure out why this is such a big deal right now. Why do we need this bill?
Asking me that?
Yes.
I was probably going to say it in the closing statement, but there have been instances throughout the country where this has been an issue as unfair competitive advantage, and this is something that is brought up in 27 other states that have done that, and also in the U.S. Congress. There are bills related to this same topic.
But 12 states do allow it. Is that not correct?
Yeah, and that's their freedom to do so.
And the NC2A, the International Olympic Committee, also allow this. That's pretty heavy. Those are pretty heavy hitters with sports.
That's beyond the purview of this bill.
Yes, but I'm just saying that if they feel that it's okay, that should be something that we could use for a guideline, I would think. And this isn't about, I think what people are afraid of, this isn't about some boy saying, hey, guess what, I want to win a trophy, I'm going to put on a girl's jersey and say I feel like a girl today and I'm going to race against these people. When you're talking about transgender, we're talking about people that are, from what I understand, to participate in a sport like that, you have to be going through the transition process. Is that not correct?
I don't think this says that. I think it's just if they identify as transgender, they're going to want to play on whatever team they want to do.
From what I understand, you have to be going through the process, and that involves quite a bit of medical changes, doesn't it?
This does not say that.
But that's, I think, what we're dealing with, though, isn't it?
That's what some people are bringing up.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you very much. All right. And I'm just going to go down on the record as saying I think this is a bill based on not what we need. This is based on judging people that are different than the rest of us. And I think we should look out for those people. And I'm going to be voting no against this measure. And I hope you'll all follow suit with me. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman of Education, please yield.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
I know you had to address a lot of questions this afternoon. Sorry to add one more here at least. But what would you say the spirit of this bill is?
Spirit, I would say, is fair competition and safety for all the students.
Exactly. Only I would have said safety and then fair competition. Yeah. Because the number one issue, I think, comes back to safety.
Right. I wasn't put in any particular order.
Second question, just a follow-up question. My colleagues from across the aisle made asked several questions about comparison to sports where girls were allowed to play football. Or actually, my first year teaching and coaching. I had a girl play on the baseball team because we didn't have a softball team at Dunbar High School, and she played over there. But actually, would you say those are just exceptional situations where the girl is playing up in competition? It's not a situation where I coach girls volleyball and a boy would come down and play on the girls volleyball team, correct?
Title IX does not allow that to happen.
Right. The SSAC has rules against that, correct?
And the SSAC follows Title IX regulations.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I speak to the bill, please? After 30 years in education, most of that coaching high school sports, middle school sports, covering all high school sports with my sports media network, having a daughter and a son both participate in sports, I think I know a little bit about sports and the involvement of it, and especially the differences between girls and boys sports. So I coached high school volleyball here in the Kanawha Valley. The teams, the net on that volleyball court for the girls is 7 foot 4 inches and a quarter. Is it the same for the guys? No, it's 8 foot. It's my colleague over here at Harrison County. He's enjoying his lunch. Coaches girls basketball up at Lincoln High School. They use a smaller basketball because their hands are smaller. And we could go on and on about the differences that are already in place in order to try to address some sense of fairness. But more importantly, a lot of times, and just as we said with volleyball, they don't allow the boys to come over and play down into the girls' level, because in a lot of cases it could even be dangerous, especially at the net and the swing and the velocity of the ball as it travels. It would be dangerous against the girls. So, the first thing, it's a safety issue. And then second would be fairness issue that we did. So the spirit of this all, if we look at today, is a really, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to be unfair to a small group of the population? It doesn't matter how small the group it is. We don't want to be unfair to any group. But when we look at the overall population of what we have and the group of kids that we're dealing with, we just want to be fair. We just want to be fair, and we're just following guidelines that have been in place for some time. I have a daughter, as I mentioned. She's running track this year for Sissonville High School. She's 103 pounds soaking wet. And I just wonder, and not that we've had a case here in West Virginia, but would anybody want a 185-pound that identifies as transgender to compete against her in the 200? I don't think so. I don't think we would think that's fair. Has anybody spoken up for her today? I don't think so. I haven't heard it. It's almost like we're upside down. And I think that's what my constituents, when they reach out to me about this bill and about what they see going on in the other states, and I think we mentioned there's 27 maybe other states that are looking into the same matter. We're looking at this backwards sometimes, as we do a lot of things. And I think people are just fed up and are upset, and we may not, and hopefully we'll never have a case of this. I hope it's never a situation. I don't think anybody in this body hopes that it's ever a situation. But we're just getting out in front of it, and I know my time, I spent a little bit of time too when I was teaching at Summers as a lifeguard. One of the things we always did and we worked on was making sure we prevented things before they happened. You get out ahead of it. And I know as a physician over there, doctor, your practice is about preventing the problem instead of trying to treat it after the fact. And I think that's all this bill's trying to do, is get out in front, address that, hey, West Virginia just wants to be fair. We're not trying to discriminate against anybody. But we certainly don't want to hurt 103-pound freshman girl trying to run track at high school against a senior who weighs 185 pounds. So I'll be voting yes on this bill, and I would urge you all to join me.
Gentleman from the 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my colleague from the 39th please yield?
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. So you coach, you're a high school coach? I have been, yes. You have been? You coach girls' sports? Yes, I have. Have you ever had a transgender student go out for any of your sports teams? Not to my knowledge. Okay. You never had someone who was male at birth and then identifies as a female try to go out for one of your sports teams in order to gain some unfair advantage over the girls? You ever seen that, sir? Not to my knowledge. Thank you for yielding.
Those are all the questions that I have for you. Mr. Speaker, if I may address this. You know, my new friend from Logan's right. You know, we're making a big deal out of nothing because guess what? It hasn't happened. Even though West Virginia has the highest percentage of transgender youth, possibly the most, alienated folks in our state, who we're going to further alienate today with this debate. Even though we have the highest percentage of these kids, none of them are going out for sports teams. There aren't boys out there that are going to pretend to be transgendered in order to get an unfair advantage and excel in a girl's sport. It's simply not happening. You know, if you truly believe it is, I suggest you do a little more research than my friend from the 47th when you're looking up sports records and see it's not happening here. So the spirit of this bill is not about protection. It's definitely not about fairness. What it's about is manufacturing some phony outrage that you can put on postcards in a couple years and act like you did something for somebody, but you didn't do anything for anybody. What you did was you hurt kids, the most alienated kids in our schools. That's who you hurt with this debate, and that's why I'm angry about it. See, it is a solution in search of a problem. However, the solution we're talking about is more problematic than the perceived problem that you're making up, and that's the problem I have with this bill. So let's talk about a binary decision that we're getting ready to make. You can either press green or you can press red. You get two choices on this bill. And I imagine that there's two different types of green votes today. There are those of you who really believe that this is an issue and we got to protect these girls from this perceived threat that's not happening. There are those of you who believe that that this is a real issue. For those of you that are going to vote green because you really think it's a problem, I pray for you to find wisdom and someday realize that this isn't an issue. Now, but those of you, and I think you might be in the majority, those of you who know this isn't an issue, but you're going to do it out of political expediency. For those of you who know that it's more problematic for a girl who might be a little bit tall, maybe a little bit muscular, who's good at sports, and then the opposing parents and coaches are going to make an issue because of this debate we had today and alienate that poor little girl. For those of you who know that's the bigger problem you're creating here, but you're going to vote anyway because of political expediency, even though you know it's not really happening here, I'm going to pray for you that you find half the courage of these children who you're alienating today, and you vote red and vote this mean-spirited bill down.
Gentleman from the 46, Delegate Berkheimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Temp. And I'd like the opportunity to speak to this because every bill that we take up, we have to ask ourselves a question is who does it hurt? Who does it help? And so it's been pointed out who we think this bill is going to hurt. And I'd like to thank some of my colleagues here that have brought up who that it's going to help. That's women. That's my daughter. That is an athlete as well. And we could say, well, they don't need any help. That there's not an actual gap in gender. So as I watched SportsCenter this morning, yesterday was Equal Pay Day, and the U.S. soccer team, Megan Rapinoe, I think was her name, was at the White House trying to close that gap, trying to continue to stand up for women. You know, women didn't even have the right to vote until 1920. It's been 100 years ago, women couldn't even vote in our country. It wasn't until 1972 that Title IX was passed. And we've came so far in our country closing that gap. Our colleague from the 35th, before session started, talked about the women in this body right here. I am proud that we've got a majority leader and an assistant majority leader, women. I'm proud of all of the women that are in this body. And can you imagine in a time when that wasn't even capable? Because I can't. And so today I rise in support of all of the women here, of all of the little girls playing sports across this land, I stand for them. I stand for women. I support this bill. Thank you.
Are there those seeking further recognition before I recognize the gentleman from the 27th to close debate? If not, gentleman from the 27th to close debate. Oh, excuse me. Gentlelady from the 51st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My daughter is different. My daughter played sports. My daughter is beautiful. My daughter's intelligent, and she has left this state. And it's this kind of bill that will ensure that she will never come back. Please don't pass this bill. You are demonizing little children, and you're demonizing my baby. Don't do this.
Are there those seeking further recognition? If not, gentleman from 27th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue came to the surface in the United States regarding transgender a few years ago when 2 transgender girls were allowed to compete in state track and field meets in Connecticut. They won a combined 15 girls state indoor and outdoor championship races from 2017 to 19. That's one of the things that started the national debate. As I mentioned, there are 27 states that have put in legislation regarding this. And yes, there are 17 states and District of Columbia that require inclusion. However, there are 6 states that have no policy regarding gender identity or sports, regarding sports whatsoever, and we're one of those. Now, as was stated before, Title IX does allow girls to be able to participate in sports. They wanted to have some equality. If there is not a girls' team in the school, then they would be allowed to participate on the boys' team. But as I mentioned, the contrary was not always the case, because there were more boys' teams typically than girls' teams. Now, of course, we talked about the inherent risks of that. And someone accepts the risk when they participate in sports, any sport. But the key is to try to make it as safe as possible, but also to make it fair as possible. So when we looked at this bill, we were looking at what was happening in our secondary, in our K-12 and higher ed. This bill was targeted mainly toward our secondary school age children. Children under that age typically play sports together. Most of you have maybe had kids and had them play soccer on co-ed teams. Not an issue. Most of those kids are about the same size, same physique, not a big problem. However, when they reach puberty, that's when things change. Now, you can look at internal and external characteristics, but there are differences. We're not trying to be unequal according to the law. We're just trying to say that there are differences. The ability to play sports is still there. It's just a matter of what team they play on. So this was targeted toward secondary school. That's where there were big differences. Anyone that's seen kids right from middle school to high school is a big variety in what their habitus is. Some are tall, some are short, some are heavy, some are thin, some have different abilities. Well, that's where they compete. Once they get out of high school, on the college level, the NCAA has different rules. It also includes that they also, if they're transgender female, they have to have hormone levels taken for a year before they're able to participate. So there are regulations in that. We wanted to stay away from that. We were just dealing with secondary school. That's where the differences and the safety was. SSAC didn't have a big issue about it. They said, we follow Title IX, we'll do what you tell us. That's pretty much what we were told. They were hands distance, staying away. So we looked at what is the gender. The birth certificate is something that they have to use to enter school. That would be their birth gender. If they did not present that, then they would have to have some certification from their physician saying what gender they were at birth. Doesn't mean they're going to be sexually assaulted, as some people are claiming. Mostly pediatricians see these people. I've seen younger girls, I've seen younger boys when I was in training. Most of them aren't a big problem. Most of us gentlemen here have been through exams, especially of the genitalia, when we did sports physicals. Anyone who's done hernia exams had to do that. There was not a problem there, and I didn't see any big outcry on that. If someone was, say, a transgender female that had corrective surgery, obviously someone performed that surgery and could attest to what the gender was of that person. And you don't even need a physical exam to do that. You can do just the karyotype. There are a number of ways. Blood work, buccal smear, whatever, tells what their gender is. Very easy, relatively non-invasive. So that's not a big issue. All these things that were proposed that we're going to be torturing these kids and everything, that's not a big problem. It shouldn't be happening. But we do want to make sure they're in the right part. We don't want to have an unfair advantage. I saw on the news the other day, they were showing, I think it was in Indiana, a girls' basketball team with a transgender girl that was about 6'6", taller than me, playing against all these young girls that were about 1.5 feet shorter. I mean, that is not a very fair advantage. So what this is trying to do is prevent problems coming here. We have a policy in place. It says these kids can still play if they choose to. Now, if they don't want to participate in interscholastic sports, they don't have to have anything else further done to them. That's strictly voluntary. It's just giving a more fair advantage to them. It also has nothing to do with locker rooms. It has nothing, when they mentioned the Fourth Circuit Court, all that had to do was bathrooms. That was an opinion on bathrooms. Supreme Court hasn't decided anything about locker rooms or sports. That has nothing to do with this bill. Doesn't apply. Maybe it will. As I mentioned, there's legislation in the U.S. Congress, both the House and the Senate, dealing with the same problem. But until something like that supersedes what we do, it's up to us to decide where we want to go with it. So for the safety, the enjoyment of our kids, and also, I would also say, the emotional status of our students, it goes both ways. Kids that are denied the ability to obtain a scholarship to college, or to be able to participate in a state event or a national event because maybe some unfair competitive advantage from previous things, those kids suffer too. So it's not just one-sided. And we're not trying to discriminate, we're just saying if that's what your gender is, that's what your ability would probably be more appropriate for, that's what this bill tends to. So, Mr. Speaker, I would recommend passage of this bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman from 58th, your vote's not registered. Gentleman wishes to be recorded as having voted in the affirmative. Clerk will please close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 78 ayes, 20 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3293 relating to single-sex participation in interscholastic athletic events.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. For what purpose does the gentleman from 46 seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill be effective from passage.
Let's finish the title amendment first. If there are are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman from the 46, Douglas Burkhammer, moves that the bill be made effective from passage. The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 79 ayes, 19 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective for passage. The clerk will please report the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3294, relating to unemployment insurance.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman of 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a combination of several bills that were introduced this year, and a product I think that most of the authors of those bills I hope are proud of. So let me give you an explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to take questions. House Bill 3294. This bill creates the Unemployment Insurance Program Integrity Act and Short-Term Compensation Program. The Unemployment Insurance Program Integrity Act primarily relates to allowing Workforce West Virginia to take additional actions to prevent unemployment insurance fraud, including short-term compensation and also includes a short-term compensation program creating a work-sharing program that is an optional program for employers and would be administered by Workforce West Virginia. The work-sharing program allows employers that may be experiencing a slowdown in business to save jobs by reducing the number of hours their employees work instead of laying off those employees. In exchange, the employees whose hours have been reduced can recover prorated unemployment benefits tied to the amount of their reduced hours. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3294, relating to unemployment insurance.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, is there objection to returning to further consideration of committee substitute for House Bill 2792 for purposes of a title amendment? If not, we'll be on House Bill 2792. Are there amendments to the title?
Committee substitute for House Bill 2792, relating to the expansion of direct access to natural gas service for new customers. Delegate Anderson moves to amend the title. This is HFAT Anderson 3-25.
The question now before the House is the title amendment. This is a title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2792. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title of the bill as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate that action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 67, relating to authority of Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 356, allowing for a written part of driver's exam given in high school driver's education course.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 390, reorganizing healthcare authority under DHHR and clarifying responsibilities for all payer claims database.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 431, relating to school attendance notification requirements.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 435, requiring county superintendents to authorize certain school principals or administrators at non-public schools to issue work permits for enrolled students.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2145, relating to student aid class titles.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2573, relating generally to the transparency and accountability of state grants to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Capito 3-23, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a technical cleanup, and we're syncing up our code section references in the bill. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2694, create the Second Amendment Preservation Act.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third reading with the amendments pending and the general right to amend.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so advanced. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2842, preventing cities from banning utility companies in city limits.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2981, providing veterans with suicide prevention assistance.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3254, authorizing members of development authorities to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3266, providing for termination of extracurricular contact upon retirement.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3299, authorizing higher education rules.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3300, relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third reading with the amendments pending.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so advanced. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 3301, relating generally to property tax increment financing districts.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 439, allowing use of or non-use of safety belt as admissible evidence in civil actions.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2721, providing electronic notice of school attendance and satisfactory progress to the Division of Motor Vehicles in lieu of requiring each student to provide a paper notice.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2747, transferring the parole board to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits.
Bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2890 to clarify the regulatory authority of the Public Service Commission of West Virginia over luxury limousine services.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2962 relating generally to dental practice.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3002 update road abandonment process.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3303 relating to clarifying the process of filling vacancies on ballots.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3305 relating to required course of study.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 3306 relating to virtual instruction.
Bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? Leaves of absence. Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues, Delegate Steele and Cooper.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? If not, leaves of absence shall be granted. Introductions. Miscellaneous business. Lady in the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to return to further consideration of Technology and Infrastructure Committee reports.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was brought to our attention that persons who chose not to attend the T&I meeting in person were having difficulty hearing the meeting due to technical difficulties. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent that the following bills and resolutions be recommitted to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure. House Bill 3307, House Bill 3122, Senate Bill 69, House concurrent resolutions 20, 21, 43, 52, 54, 62, 63, 64, 72, and SCR 8 and 9.
The request was that the items and the bills and resolutions just read by the lady from the 49th be committed back to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure to permit further consideration of those items by the committee in a forum and in a manner that can be listened in by those outside observers who were unable to hear at yesterday's meeting.
Mr. Speaker, may I add SCR 6 to that motion? That unanimous consent.
Yes, the lady may add. Could the clerk please reread the list to be sure that we have it accurate?
House Bill 3307, House Bill 3122, Senate Bill 69, House Concurrent Resolution 20, House Concurrent Resolution 21, House Concurrent Resolution 43, House Concurrent Resolution 52, House Concurrent Resolution 54, House Concurrent Resolution 62, House Concurrent Resolution 63, House Concurrent Resolution 64, Senate Concurrent Resolution 6, Senate Concurrent Resolution 8, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 9, House Concurrent Resolution 72.
Question is, shall those items read by the clerk be recommitted to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure? Are there objections? There are no objections. Those items will be so recommitted. Is there other miscellaneous business? Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House stand in recess until 6 p.m.
Are there announcements? Gentleman the 10th, Doug Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will be meeting this afternoon at 4 p.m. in the House Committee Room. The agenda is posted. Your Committee on Finance will also meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the Finance Committee Room. The agenda will be posted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman the 64th, Doug Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reminder that there will be a Teams virtual public hearing today at 3 p.m. for House Bill 3300. The website link where the public hearing can be viewed is posted on the West Virginia Legislature's webpage under the Committee on Finances tab. Thank you.
Gentleman the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Judiciary will resume today. The Republicans will caucus in the chairman's office at 3 p.m. The entire committee will resume at 3:15 in the Judiciary Room. Tomorrow, the Judiciary Committee will meet at 9 a.m. The agenda for that meeting will be posted.
Gentleman the 35th, Doug Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement for a virtual public hearing on HJR 3 Property Tax Modernization Amendment will occur on Monday, March 29th at 8 a.m. from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Anyone who wishes to register to speak during that public hearing may call the House Judiciary Committee tomorrow, which is Friday, March 26th, between the hours of 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Requests to speak during the hearing will not be recognized after 4 p.m. The phone number to register is 304-340-3252. Please have your name, email address, the entity you represent, and whether or not you are in support of that legislation when you call. The link for the hearing will be posted on the committee's page on the website prior to the 8 a.m. Monday, March 29th meeting. Thank you very much.
Gentleman the 13th, Doug Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet today at 3 p.m. in the House Education Committee Room. The agenda is posted.
The gentleman the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Government Organization Committee meeting today was scheduled for 2 o'clock. We're going to push that back to 2:20. So 2:20, and to give people time to grab something to eat. So 2:20 in the Government Organization Committee room today. The agenda is posted. And Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Government My apologies. We're going to have it at 3 o'clock in the Committee on Government Organization Room committee meeting today. And tomorrow there will be a meeting in Government Organization Committee Room at 1 p.m. and the agenda will be posted.
Gentleman, the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee of Conference on discurring votes of the two houses on House Bill 2263 will meet Friday, March 26th at 2 p.m. in the Senate President's Conference Room. The members of that committee are myself, the gentleman from 40th, Delegate Jeffries, and the gentleman from 19th, Delegate Griffith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will not meet today. I repeat, will not meet today, but it will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the Government Organization Conference Room, and the Republican members will caucus in the chairman's office at 8:45. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet at 3 p.m. today in the House chamber, so long as the live stream works. The agenda has been posted. Republican members of the committee will meet in the back of the chamber at 2:45 to caucus. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 25th, Doug Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Ag and Nat Resources will meet at 8 a.m. Friday morning in the House Government Organization Room. The agenda has been posted.
Lady from the 38th, Doug Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans will caucus in this chamber at 2:15. Republicans will caucus here in the chamber at 2:15.
Are there further announcements? If not, question before the House is that, yes, the gentleman from the 3rd, Doug Fluharty, is recognized.
Democrats will caucus immediately following floor session in room 252. And lunch will be provided.
Are there further announcements? If not, questions on the motion that the House stand in recess until 6 o'clock. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until 6 p.m.